Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Statutory Planning Committee meeting of Wednesday, the 19th of August 2026. Welcome to all of you in person today and to those joining us online. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed and will be available from the Commission's YouTube and website. Committee members may refer to technical devices throughout the meeting to assist them in note-taking for their deliberations. I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the lands of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation and pay our respects to elders past and present. We do have member night on a leave of absence today, but all other members are here and in person, so welcome members. I'll move on to disclosures of interest in relation to item 3.1, the MRS amendment for lot 500 Lampeter Drive in Mardella. Commissioner Brooks has declared a perceived impartiality interest in that her employer, Ubaqua, has been engaged by the Shire of Serpentine Jarrahdale to provide water management services to support the Mundijong DSP, which abuts the land it is subject of this matter. However, Ubaqua's engagement has no relationship to this matter. So I'm happy to accept that as a perceived impartiality unless there are any concerns. Thank you very much. In relation to item 3.2, the City of Fremantle Matilda Bay Local Structure Plan Amendment 1, Commissioner Heron has declared a perceived impartiality interest in that while he's with his previous employer Urbis, who he currently is contracted to on a single project, he acted for the proponent of 15 McCabe Street, known as Verse on McCabe, which is currently under construction. Commissioner Heron advised that he has no ongoing interest or commercial relationship. Approvals were secured more than 2 years ago. I'm happy to accept that as perceived impartiality unless there's any issues to raise from members. Thank you very much. In relation to item 3.5, the Part 11B development application for the proposed commercial development on Bustle Highway in Delyalup, Member Harmon has declared an actual impartiality interest in that he's employed by Satterley Property Group and Bunnings is an anchor tenant across a number of years. Member Harmon, I understand that you're wishing to step out on this item. Thanks very much. And in relation to the same item, Commissioner Heron has declared a perceived impartiality interest in his previous employer Urbis, who is currently contracted to on one project, which is unrelated, is referred to in the applicant report as having done economic work on the Delyalup Centre plan, which is not part of this application. And Commissioner Heron further advised that he has not had any knowledge or involvement in the work of the client. On that basis, members are also happy to accept that as perceived impartiality unless there are any issues to raise. Thank you very much. Members, are there any other declarations of interest? Thank you. I'll move on to disclosures of representation. On item 3.5, the Part 11B development application for Delyalup, I have a disclosure in that I was the recipient of 2 items of correspondence opposing the development application, one from representatives of some of South West WA's residential developers and one from a representative of local Bunbury businesses. Copies of this correspondence has been provided to SPC members ahead of today's meeting. In relation to the same item, Commissioner Heron, Member Franklin and myself disclose that we attended the PIA Regional Conference, a Planning Institute of Australia WA Regional Conference, where a UWA academic presented on the social impact of relocating Bunnings from Bunbury to Delyalup. This was not known to us at the time, and we were simply attending a conference and the presentation was made. We had no further discussions with the presenter. Members, are there any other disclosures of representation? Thank you very much. Members also noting that additional information has been provided for members following publication of the agenda. Do need to deal with the confirmation of previous minutes of Wednesday, the 22nd of July 2026. Are there any comments to make in relation to the minutes? If I could then have a mover and seconder. Moved by Commissioner Brooks, seconded by Commissioner Heron. Any dissent? Thank you. The minutes are carried. That takes us to deputations and presentations, and I welcome back Sam Boucher from long service leave and hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everyone that is present this morning, either online or to deliver a deputation to the Statutory Planning Committee. You will be invited to join the table across from us this morning or asked to turn your audio and camera on via Zoom to deliver your deputation. You have been advised for your allocated time, which will be managed by a timer which will appear on the screen. If you do have a PowerPoint presentation this morning, this will be displayed on the screen throughout your deputation, and you're requested to advise us as you wish to advance the slides. We are adjusting the order slightly this morning and starting with deputation number 2.14, which is on the Part 11B DA for the commercial lots 9049 and 9501 Boston Highway Dalyella, and we're inviting the City of Bunbury Mayor Jason McGill to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I understand you have a meeting with the Minister, so we're happy to bring your presentation forward. And before we do start deputations, can I just say to everyone who is making a deputation today, today's meeting, we do have a large volume of deputations. They are timed, and we will hold you to time today so that we can move through the deputations. Where deputies may have additional time is where they've either combined deputation requests into one, or where we've also allowed the applicant additional time given the volume of deputation so that they have more time to respond. Thank you and welcome to the meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. Thank you very much for changing the order, and thanks for letting me jump ahead of you. Sorry for jumping the queue. I'm here representing obviously the City of Bunbury, our ratepayers and our businesses within Bunbury who are very concerned about this potential relocation of Bunnings to Dalyella. Of course, the current place where Bunnings is and our current homemaker centre is a major economic driver for our city. You'll hear a number of deputations, the large crew of Bunbury people here today, either representing businesses, representing planning matters, and representing our community who express their concerns as well. So I'm not going to dwell on that too much, and I am stretched for time, so I won't be going too much. But what I do want to note is, and I did meet with Bunnings and Bunnings representatives here. Thank you for that meeting I had with them. I fully understand it, and I'm very pro-development. I'm a very pro-development person, and I'm certainly not anti-development in any way at all. What I think about this particular point, though, I don't think this is the right location. As a city, and for those who are familiar with Bunbury, Bunbury is surrounded by three other local governments, but we are the Bunbury Geographic Regional Area. It's very clear that we are a significant area. The state government's highlighted Bunbury as one of our 7 cities and an area they want to see more growth and more investment in the regions. We need to do that correctly, and we need to make sure that our planning is planning for the next 50 years and not potentially for something that may not, in my view, be a long-standing thing. That area is currently zoned as residential. I think it's absolute prime for residential. We're screaming out for residential areas within our area, even though it's outside our boundary. And I want to make this very clear. This isn't about City of Bunbury or Shire Cape or whatever it may be. And I'm all for, and this is what I spoke with Bunnings about, is sitting together and actually looking at our sub-regional map, having a look, where is the best location for some bulky goods and large commercial tenancies in the future. Right now, there are potential locations that I think we could find, which would solve that, would also provide some solutions for long-term planning where we could actually have significant portions of land set aside. If we look back at Bunbury's history, there has been decisions made in the past where things have potentially gone in places where, in hindsight, we wish we wouldn't do that. And we want to make sure we get that right now. We work with our local governments. We've set up a committee. We've written to the Premier around the 7 cities vision. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to pause on this, have a look at what we potentially could do as a region, not just Bunbury, but as a region. Basically, where are we looking? Where are we going to be in 50 years' time? In the interim, and obviously you'll hear from the other business owners how important that current asset is and that current position is. But I think we realise that will move and that will change over the next 5, 10, 20 years. And we invite Bunnings, and we want to work alongside Bunnings to be part of that planning as we plan what their future will be. And as a city and as a region, what all our futures will be. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you very much for your time, and thank you for the rest of the deputations for the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor McGill. Just before you leave, were there any questions for Mayor McGill? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now move to the agenda order, and in agenda deputation number 2.1 of the MRS amendment for 1244 lots 1 and 2, Helena Valley Road, Helena Valley. Recommendation to the Minister welcoming Daniel Clayton and Michael Stocko via Zoom this morning. To excuse me, because I am having just a few difficulties getting this. There we go, Michael Stocko.
Gonna go for Chris. Yep. Alma needs to come back.
Thank you. Good morning, Michael. If you can hear us, could you, oh, there we go. We've turned on your video. We are just waiting for Daniel Payton. He keeps declining my request to be promoted. Oh, there we go. He's promoting now. Good morning, Daniel. If you're online, if you could turn your audio and video on so you can participate.
Morning.
Welcome to you both. We don't have Cameron Hayes with us this morning, but his name was listed on our deputation run sheet. Are you expecting him this morning?
No, it'll just be us two. Thank you.
Right. Thanks very much. Over to you when you're ready.
All right. Well, good morning and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this item. We've taken an early approach for this amendment. We've done all the reporting and technical work well ahead of the MRS amendment even being considered, as we've anticipated that the Shire would provide some initial support, all in anticipation for a local structure plan to provide much needed housing to the Helena Valley area. The Shire has been quite supportive of the application and they are ready for service-ready housing in the Valley. It's, to our knowledge, a genuine partnership between the Shire and ourselves that we can actually get much needed housing to the area. Just want to briefly touch on how the amendment responds to the key matters. The proposal has been shaped through community consultation. We've responded as best as we can to a lot of the submissions. There's broad community support with a lot of the matters to still be dealt with through the local structure plan. So even if we didn't get a chance to do it through the MRS amendment, it'll be considered at the structure plan time. The rezoning, we believe, will bring additional housing supply to the market to align with sub-regional framework, and this has been supported by the Shire as well. It's basically it, really. Open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Members, would you like to ask questions? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Heron.
Yeah, thank you very much for your deputation. I suppose the only thing, which I would be interested in getting some more information on is obviously with anything where you're dealing with removing a public reservation, is that there has been, as part of those conversations, examination around whether the demands and uses required for that area are going to be able to be suitably accommodated. I'm assuming that has been part of the liaison with the Shire.
Yes, thank you. It has been. The regional open space is being ceded back to the Shire, to the Department of Planning, and a lot of those watercourses and any environmental considerations have been considered, but will likely be dealt with more at the local structure plan phase, not necessarily at the MRS phase.
Thank you.
Members, anything further? Thank you very much for your deputation.
Thank you.
The next deputation this morning on item 3.2 on the agenda, which is the City of Fremantle Matilda Bay Local Structure Plan Amendment. We're welcoming Jeremy Hoffler from Road Group. Morning, Jeremy. If you can see if there is, if you could turn your audio and video on, please.
Right.
Morning, Jeremy. Over to you when you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm representing Three Oceans as the owner of 8 of the 13 lots within the structure plan area. Our client's site is generally referred to as the former Matilda Bay Brewery site. On behalf of Three Oceans, we advise that the owner supports the recommendation to the SPC, and we're grateful to the department staff which reached out to our office to seek input on the proposal. We acknowledge the comments that within the report that the content within Policy 311 McCabe Street area height of new buildings is outdated. It was most recently gazetted in 2015. The proposed inclusion of these provisions directly within the structure plan rather than reference to the policy as per the current provisions would appear to provide limited benefit aside from providing some framework for considering height in excess of the R160 density coding. We note that the content within the report regarding the preparation of a development application over the subject lots by the property owner, and we advise that that application was submitted on Monday the 17th of August for approval within the Part 11B Significant Development Pathway, following favourable consideration at 2 meetings of the State Design Review Panel. The application has been prepared following a thorough investigation of the site and surroundings, including existing and approved building heights for surrounding developments. It is capable of approval under the Part 11 pathway, irrespective of the outcome of the proposed structure plan amendment this morning. Thank you for the opportunity again.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Members, would you like to ask any questions? No questions for you today, Jeremy. We appreciate your deputation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next group of deputations this morning is on items 3.4 on the agenda, the Part 11 DA for the gas processing plant and workforce accommodation. Hello. The first one we're welcoming from the Shire of Miganui, Helene McTaggart, the Shire President, if you'd like to join us at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners and members.
Welcome to the meeting, and it's a pleasure to see you in person today. Thanks for coming
Thank you very
along.
much for having me. I speak in relation to the gas processing plant and workforce accommodation, also known as the Belisama gas project. At the outset, the Shire of Miganui wishes to make it clear that it supports the development. Miganui may be a small rural community, but it's not just a dot in the map. We are home to a thriving, innovative broadacre farming sector built around grain-based cropping, sheep and cattle enterprises and generations of agricultural knowledge. Miganui is also a critical grain logistics hub and hosts the largest inland grain receival point in the Southern Hemisphere. That matters because this project will exist alongside an established, productive and nationally significant agricultural economy. Our community understands major industry, seasonal pressures and infrastructure demands, and we embrace growth, innovation and hard work. And we see this project as an opportunity to build on those strengths whilst ensuring the community and infrastructure supporting it are fairly recognised. We recognise the importance of the Belisama gas project for both the state and for the region. We also acknowledge the constructive working relationship that has developed with Hancock Energy to date. Our purpose today is to ensure that the approval properly reflects local context and that the conditions are clear, practical and enforceable for the life of the development. I'd like to focus on 3 matters where Council asks the Commission to ensure the approval is clear and fit for purpose, which are road infrastructure, workforce accommodation and community benefit. First and most immediate is traffic and road safety. Council strongly supports Condition 8, which requires the designated transport route of Moriari Road and part of the Yandanoka Road to be upgraded to an all-weather bitumen standard. These roads are currently made of strength gravels. They require periodic closure during wet periods, sometimes exceeding a week, and this would affect the operations of the proposed development. Council respectfully asks the Commission members to consider amending Condition 8A, that it clearly states that the required upgrade works are to be undertaken at the full expense of the applicant/landowner. That wording appears in Condition 7 in relation to main roads infrastructure, and Council is simply seeking the same clarity, consistency and protection for local government infrastructure. At present, the applicant expense wording appears only in Advice Note G1, which is not clear or enforceable as a condition. This is a significant issue for a small rural shire. Without clear conditions, the financial risk of upgrading, maintaining and repairing roads used for an industrial project may ultimately fall to local ratepayers. Council does not believe that it's equitable or consistent with the approach taken for the state-controlled road infrastructure. The second matter is workforce accommodation. Council supports Condition 5 and also Advice Note D. Miganui is not remote from this project. It is a small, thriving town with a skilled workforce, strong local businesses, quality education, essential services, and active sporting and recreation environment, and genuinely welcoming community. Council accepts that Belisama operations will require some on-site accommodation for safety and operational reasons. However, where workers can reasonably be housed in town, Miganui offers a rewarding community life close to work with Geraldton an hour away, per reach weekends and a bush to beach lifestyle that supports recruitment, retention and work-life balance. This is an opportunity to deliver more than a project. It's an opportunity to provide a better outcome.
President McTaggart, you are running over, so if you could move on to your.
Sorry, the third matter, thank you, sorry, Chair, is advice note Q, which we strongly support. The Shire and Hancock Energy have already built a positive working relationship through project, including and they are practical examples of legacy outcomes that come from the genuine partnership. The community benefit policy and advisory community already in place. The Shire has a transparent framework for long-term investment. Council sees advice note Q as an important mechanism to continue this partnership in a structured, mutually beneficial way. In closing, we respectfully ask the Commission to amend Condition 8A to make the applicant funded road upgrades explicit, retain both advice note D and advice note Q. Thank you, and sorry I ran with
Thank you very much for your deputation today. Members, do you have any questions? Thank you very much, Commissioner Heron.
Thank you very much for your deputation, and appreciate the insights you were able to offer. Now, I do recall that because there is actually a legal arrangement of some description around road upgrades, which is being prepared. Is that correct?
Currently, we have a letter of commitment, which is of intention, which is fantastic from Hancock. Obviously, as a small rural shire, we do seek that conditioning because it is enforceable, whereas an advice note is not enforceable.
Thank you.
Just to on that, the Hancock Energy is requesting that be noted that the upgrade to the roads happen within 3 years of commencement of operation in the development. And we have advice from our officers who have assessed that the road use agreement is required for the operational stage. Is that your understanding? Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. Members, are there any further questions? Thank you for your deputation today in person.
The next deputation this morning, also on item 4, planning solutions. We're welcoming Ross Underwood and Declan Cragen, and from Hancock Energy, Anthony Peter Spalding. And Ross, if you'd like to join. Thank you.
Anthony, General Manager of HSE for Hancock Energy. Thank you for having us this morning. Just to introduce the team, I have Ross Underwood from Planning Solutions, also from Planning Solutions, Peter Spalding, who's our Regional Manager based in Minganew, and Michael Voris, who's from HS. If I could thank you for the opportunity to present today. As I have a slide, if I could turn to the next slide, a set of probable reserves that will underpin gas project for its life, but also mean that Hancock will be quite a significant role in ensuring adequate supply of gas for this state and meeting the growing domestic gas demands for WA domestic gas market. But the fund commercialisation of these reserves is also an important enabler for the state's energy transformation strategy, point that's acknowledged in the report that you've got in your meeting pack. Our current planning framework for the project assumes that we will have this project ready to display by 2029. However, that's contingent upon Hancock Energy achieving final investment decision, which is subject to a number of requirements, including securing over 50 statutory approvals, including this development approval. Our current, so in relation to the development approval, we've worked collaboratively with the team within the department throughout this process, and I'd like to acknowledge that team's preparedness to engage with us on those on a number of matters in the conditions that are before you today. There are a handful of matters that we'd like to talk to relating to the conditions today. If I could turn to the next slide, you'll see the overall location of the project. It's based on farmland owned by Hancock Energy called Mount Adams Farm. It's already cleared land and is of low grade agricultural value. If you can turn to the next slide, you can just see some overview of the site. It does offer reduced environmental and community impacts relative to the previous site, but it's the subject of an existing development approval called the Lockyer Gas site. If we are successful in proceeding with this project, we will not be developing a gas project at that site. There are significant environmental benefits already being rigorously assessed by the EPA, who's decided to further assess this project. If I could turn to the next slide after this one as well, the slide again. One of the key issues which we've already heard from child safety and traffic. When we made our development application, we'd not reached a decision on which route we were going to use to access this project. We had two routes, as you would have seen in the pack. However, we have now decided after that the route that we'll be accessing will be via Midlands Road, a sealed road, and then down Moriari Road, Yandanuka West Road onto the site. As you just heard from the Shire, we have made a commitment to the sealing of both Moriari and Yandanuka West Road to be able to access the site within 3 years of commencement operation of the project. The traffic impact studies do not indicate a need to upgrade those roads prior to operational phase. A number of reasons we've chosen to use that as our access road, and we'll be able to enforce that in our contracts with our contractors and other management measures, and a traffic management plan that we are developing and having signed off, as you see in the conditions. I'll now hand over to Ross Underwood, who will talk on a couple of issues we've got in our next slide.
Thank you, Lance. I understand our presentation request has been provided to the SPC members, and they've had an opportunity to read that, so I won't repeat that too much. We're seeking 4 changes to the approval. Condition 11 requires us to resolve the dedication of the Yandanuka West Road, which is currently a stock route on the road. We've proactively proceeded process of dedicating that road and assisted the Lake Government and GLH, but we do have no control over the process. It's out of our hands, and any delay, perhaps by an unforeseen issue, have serious risk and possible consequences to the $1 billion investment that Hancock is investing in this project. We've no other users who currently drive on the road. It's a pre-existing matter that should be resolved outside the process, and we ask that condition 11 is deleted. Conditions 22 and 23 relate to the decommissioning and the rehabilitation of the facility at the pleasure of life. There are established policies that are set by DMPE, including this policy and set of guidelines that deal specifically with the decommissioning of petroleum operations, which this facility is. So there is a team of people within the MPE who deal within their own legislation that deals specifically with decommissioning and also rehabilitation of the facility. The planning system has no real role in duplicating requirements that exist under other legislation, as is the case in this matter. And we ask that those 2 conditions are removed. Finally, condition 24 deals with the workforce accommodation. The same matter applies in that the workforce accommodation comes in under the licensing regime that exists for the site, and therefore decommissioning of that infrastructure comes in the same policy requirement through DMPE. In addition to that, there is an existing condition 5 proposed, which requires that the workforce only used in conjunction with this facility, which we agree with, and also condition 2, which puts in a time limitation on the workforce accommodation lifespan of this not carry on after cessation of the facility.
Ross, you are really running over time quite a lot now. So
thank you. Well, just finish the points I wish to make and invite
It appears we're back online, Chair, so
Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you, team. Apologies to everyone for that break. We had a technical issue. We are in deputations and we're hearing from the applicant in relation to the Belisama gas plant. Let's proceed. Ross, you were answering questions.
Thank you, and what I'll do is pass over to Michael Doyle to input your question, which was in relation to conditions 73 and 24.
Thank you, Ross, and thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for the opportunity to speak. For all of the reasons that Ross has said, we do think that all conditions 22 to 24 should come out. The DMP petroleum system comprehensively and completely regulates decommissioning implementation. Gas experts best placed to deal with this, and it's understood that within that system there will be rehabilitation back to rural purposes as questioned, which is Hancock's long-term commitment. Alternatively, we would ask that if 22 to 24 don't all come out, that at least 22 and 24 should, with only 23 remaining. That was the approach which had been taken for the development approval for the Lockyer project, and there's a precedent there. But if it would assist, we do have some suggested amendments to any of the conditions if they are to be retained. Here, if I could remember.
Thank you. We're happy to accept that, but we will also provide that to the SDAU too. Yeah, thank you.
So in conclusion, we do think they should all come out. It is completely covered by the MPE. Alternatively, only 23 should remain. But in this hard copy version, if any are to remain, we have suggested to focus in primarily to clarify the conditions and to focus into rehabilitation in particular, including to remove a reference to remediation that we don't think is appropriate. It's rehabilitation which should be focused on.
Thank you. Members, questions?
Yes, Chair. Thank you for the presentation through the chair. In relation to 22, 23, noting that comment that decommissioning is regulated elsewhere in the conditions themselves, the impact if they were to remain, is there anything that contradicts or that would complicate that other regulated process?
Not expressly within the face of them, but it simply has the potential to walk parallel lines of regulation, including for what may amend or change in the DMP legislation and policies and systems in the future. They're the flagship leaders in this space, and particularly importantly, the technical experts for assessing those matters, primarily for that reason. And also in the way in which it is constructed, because it is not that system, there could be differences. That system doesn't specifically require a rehabilitation strategy in this way. It is focused to the timely preparation and approval of environmental plans, which would be done at the appropriate times in the oil and gas life cycle. If I could just add one more point, in relation to condition 22, particularly 22B, if that were to remain, we would only practically have 1 year to do a full decommissioning of the facility. That is not appropriate length of time to undertake a full decommissioning of a facility. You have to give the notice 12 months before you start the decommission, before you intend to stop operation, and then you've got 12 months. Provide the certification that's been fully decommissioned. The other point in relation to it is we have sought in the wording, provided put around that it is a permanent cessation of operations. Obviously, sometimes these operations go into a mothball stage and revitalised depending on the economics, and so we do have that clarity that this is a permanent cessation of operations, that the decommissioning obligation takes place. And again, care and maintenance is completely regulated if that happens in the interim.
Thank you. Commissioner Herron?
Thank you. Through the chair, to the point around the rehabilitation, but to the back to agricultural purposes, are you suggesting that the other regulations would cover that, or may cover that, or there's some reference that can? Because I think there is a pertinent component here about the return to agricultural purposes that needs to be captured. Would that be met by your commentary here, or
would be the expectation that in their system and the focus which DMP has within its policy would be the outcome achieved? It's not expressly said in the legislation because the legislation doesn't have that level of detail, but within the policy and the focus, that would be the
So, and I might add to that, I've got the policy in front of me. It requires post-activity land uses should be identified and agreed upon where possible through consultation with relevant stakeholders before approval of new projects, and should take into account the operational lifespan of the project.
Thank you. Through the chair, also you obviously heard the deputation from the Shire. Can I ask, in terms of the particular request around the road upgrade change to recommendable, were there any concerns that you had with that? I assume that was in line with your expectation in any case.
With that change, and that was the intention that we would.
Finally, through the chair, can I also ask, because obviously the issue around the workforce accommodation has been discussed. There is obviously a level of separation that is occurring in relation to this DA. Are you able to provide any insight in terms of how that is going to be managed?
So workforce accommodation is on site, and particularly during operations, one of the important aspects of that is we may only have, say, 24 people on site. 12 of those people should but asleep, and because it will be a 2 on 2 off roster. And if we have any accidents aside, incidents, anything like that, gas explosion, whatever, those people will all be trained to assist with the emergency response of whatever is on site at that given time. So that's our sort of operational. When we first bought the project and started talking to the Shire of Mininiu, we certainly talked about opportunities for accommodation in town. It doesn't fit our operating model, but we were very on the front foot very early in terms of what other legacy accommodation things can we do for the Shire of Mininiu, and is it key worker housing? Is it something along those lines that we can help with or assist with or build in town, which people can then who's work in the town, not necessarily for us, whether it's nurses, childcare, school teachers, whatever, can live in the town and have a place to be there rather than have to commute from Dongara or other towns nearby due to accommodation shortages. We feel that those kind of key workers in town will bring more to the town than our itinerant source workers who come and go on a 2-week shift and then go to another job in 6 months' time because the pay is better. So that was our sort of so we've committed to doing something with the Shire of Mininiu on key worker housing, and we'll certainly be putting something in town. We're still in discussion with the Shire on what exactly that is.
Thank you.
Malaki?
Sorry, not to dwell on it, but just going back to the decommissioning, a couple of phrases you use. And I understand your concept and the understanding of parallel rules, but you did use this couple of specific words. I think the other regulations is as expected, anticipated, and I think the condition here is quite specific of what the requirement is. And notwithstanding, we want to double up on the different approvals. But are you saying that that it is expected, but it's not definitive how it will be decommissioned and the process and managed it?
I think my reluctance there is to not sort of speak for absolutely what another decision maker may make at a point in time. Perhaps if you'd like to speak to your intention at the end of the.
We are going to be required to put a decommissioning and rehabilitation plan to the DMP. That's part of our licence obligations. What will be contained in that will then be approved by that DMP at that point in time. So the obligation to do that and have it approved is an obligation that we have to meet. What we can't say is what will be the decision of the DMP as part of signing off on that plan. However, based on their current policy and their current guidelines, it is to return it to prior use.
Right, so back to rural agricultural use.
Current condition.
I can probably add to that a little bit. Having worked in the resources sector for 30 years, done a lot of rehabilitation, will be subject to a closure plan, as Anthony has stipulated. And that closure plan will have removing all hard standing infrastructure, putting back topsoil, checking for contaminated sites, removing contaminated material, and returning it back to a usable agricultural condition as it was before we actually built the plant on. And that would all be signed off through DMP and regulated by DMP. We'll have closure criteria, which would give a couple of just brief examples of that there. And then that closure criteria will come out and usually expect inspected by the regulator and signed off before you can hand the site back, if you're handing the site back, but it's actually our land anyway. We are running an agricultural enterprise next to the gas plant, so we'll want to be turning it back to reasonably productive agricultural land so that we can run our cows.
That's helpful. Thank you for that. So it's not the issue with the condition necessarily. It's the fact that there's two different conditions in the same thing as your. So it's not the rehabilitation and as a principle.
Correct. And probably the other point too, I think we touched on before. Condition 22 was a similar condition contained in the proposed approval conditions for a Lockyer gas plant DA. That was removed from the DA. That was not included. Condition 24 was not something that was in the previous Lockyer DA. It relates to the second part of our operation, which is the workforce accommodation. But it's a like principle. If 22 wasn't applicable in Lockyer, it shouldn't apply here. And workforce accommodation was not part of the Lockyer proposal, is part of its proposal, and the same logic then applies. That's our principle. And the logic applied at that time was that it's regulated by the DMPE.
Thank you.
The removal of that condition by WAPC was done after receiving legal advice on the matter.
Thank you.
Okay. Look, you have mentioned Lockyer. I know it's not part of the development application before us. It was something that was discussed at pre-lodgement. Something that you wish to comment on in relation to how this development application, if successful, would impact on the existing Lockyer development approval?
I did cover it off in my presentation, but just to be clear, if we proceed with this, if we get the development approval for this particular site, we proceed with final investment decisions for the particular site, we will not be proceeding with the Lockyer development.
Okay. Members, are there any further questions? Thank you very much for the deputation and thank you for bearing with us during difficulties.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Finished and read my. Thank you. We are now, oh, sorry.
No, you go. No, you go. No, you do it.
Okay, all right. And we're about to move on to deputations in relation to the re-up proposal. Member Morrison has just flagged with me that one of the deputies presenting today, deputation number 2.16, does involve Leah Skinner from Thompson's. And Member Morrison would just like to make a disclosure in relation to an impartiality interest in that they are both members of the Property Council Planning Committee, and Member Morrison has advised that they have had no discussions in relation to this item. On that basis, I'm happy to accept that as an impartiality interest unless there are any issues raised by members. Thank you very much. Thank you, Member Morrison.
We will now move on to deputations on items 3.5 on the agenda, which is 11B DA proposed commercial development lots at lots 9049 and 9501 Bustle Highway, Dalyalup. Farewell, Member Harmon. Thank you. And the first deputation on this item this morning is from Monique Warnock. If you'd like to the table. Perfect. Thank you. And over to you when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Monique Warnock and I represent more than 100 concerned businesses and community members who came together at a public meeting in Bunbury because we felt we had no other way of being heard. We were given just 28 days to review thousands of pages of complex documentation, while Bunnings has had years to prepare extensive reports. Ironically, they failed to consult with the City of Bunbury, Chamber of Commerce, the community and the local businesses who depend on them. This is hardly genuine community engagement and we feel that this process has failed us. It is a long way from Bunnings Managing Director Mike Schneider's headline quote in their 2025 community report. At Bunnings, we have a long-standing and deep commitment to support the communities in which our teams live, work and raise families. I notice Bunnings has one of Perth's most respected planning lawyers appearing on their behalf here today. What a shame that Bunnings didn't apply the same resources and determination to undertake genuine, proper community consultation. I attended the Shire of Capel meeting at which the council resolved to support the proposal and appealed to councillors to undertake broader stakeholder engagement so the community properly understood the implications of relocating a major regional retailer from Bunbury into a residential area, the impact on Bunbury businesses, surrounding communities and future housing supply. It was ignored. Today, community leaders, a homelessness agency, along with business owners, builders and real estate professionals from Bunbury, some of who are usually in competition with each other, have come together to oppose this proposal. The member for Bunbury, Minister Don Punch, is also opposed and asked me to read this. Approval of a development such as this that proposes to rezone prime residential land for community purposes is not in the best interests of the community. The area is experiencing a housing crisis with the impacts being felt by all sectors of the community. Homelessness is a growing problem and a range of essential services such as health and policing have difficulty recruiting because affordable housing is becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. End of quote.
Sorry, Monique, did you say that that was a quote from Minister Punch?
Yes, he just asked me to read that out.
Okay, we might need, because it is a Minister of the Crown, I will need verification of that. So we'll ask Commission support to discuss that with you following this deputation.
What he said to me, Chair, was that it was an excerpt from the submission he made during the 28 days comment period, and that's what he asked me to read out.
Okay.
So it's come directly from his submission. I haven't paraphrased that.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. The claim that there are hundreds of residential lots available soon is misleading. I've spoken to the owners of these developments and they said future developments have years of planning approvals to get through. The fundamental question before the Commission is this: what problem is this proposal actually solving? We are not gaining a new retailer or a new industry. We are gaining a relocated store, sacrificing 100 crucial housing lots, creating uncertainty for business and potentially weakening Bunbury's role as the region's recognised centre. We are asking you to consider whether this proposal truly serves the long-term interests of the South West and to support Bunbury's future as a strong regional centre. And respectfully, we are asking you to reject this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your deputation today. Members, do you have any questions that you would like to ask Monique? No, but thank you, we do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks for your waiting through the technical issues.
Next deputation this morning, item 3.5, we're welcoming Jeff Hill. And over to you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Hill. I'm a licensed commercial real estate agent and licensed property valuer with 30 years property experience across the Southwest. I'm here today to oppose the proposed relocation of Bunnings from Bunbury to Dalyellup. For many years, Bunbury has functioned as the Southwest's principal commercial and service centre. Significant public and private investment has reinforced that role. Bunnings is a major regional serving business and an important anchor for the Bunbury Commercial Centre. Its customers generate visitation and economic activity that support surrounding businesses. The concern is that relocating that activity from established commercial centre to a suburban growth corridor could redistribute economic activity away from Bunbury and create uncertainty for businesses, landlords and investors who have committed significant capital within the city. And these aren't just large corporations and faceless investors, they're also hardworking mums and dads who have invested their savings, time and livelihoods into businesses and properties within Bunbury. As someone active in these markets, I'm concerned about the potential increases in vacancies in the CBD and surrounding commercial areas which are already challenging. I'm also concerned about the precedent this decision may establish and what happens when the next major business seeks the same opportunity. However, the fundamental question, is this site best for a Bunnings store, for Dalyellup and for the Greater Bunbury region? In my professional opinion, the answer is no. The proposed development is essentially a standalone development on the outskirts of Dalyellup District Centre, providing little additional benefit to the community beyond what is already available. I've said for many years that one of the greatest dangers facing the Greater Bunbury region is ad hoc development without clear and coordinated forward planning. You only need to look 50 kilometres south to the Busselton area to see what strategic planning can achieve. The new HQ Busselton comprises approximately 23 hectares commercial land and provides an example of a substantial integrated commercial precinct designed for the future. By comparison, the proposed Dalyalup site is only 5 hectares, is largely centred around a single major retailer. We should be planning for the right commercial locations rather than allowing the availability of a particular parcel of land dictate the future structure of the region. For that reason, I respectfully urge the Commission to reject the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Appreciate your deputation and the timeliness in the deputation today.
Thanks.
Members, do you have any questions for Jeff? Thank you, Commissioner Heron.
Yeah, thank you for your deputation. And I take on board the points you make. And in relation to the issue around the existing store and location, I would like to ask you, though, you do accept that if there was an appropriate site outside of the Bunbury City Centre, that there would be a reasonable expectation that a store could be developed on a site, because as there is currently in Australia.
I'm a realist at the end of the day, and the reason I've come up 3 hours this morning was not to say that, look, they can't move, but for me, and similar to what the Mayor said, is that we need to re-look at this and say, okay, look, in 10 years' time, we could probably look and say Bunnings could possibly need to move then. But for the time being, I think it serves the purpose for what it is. We're not really gaining anything extra. In terms of developing a site, whether that be on the outer area of the city of Bunbury or something else, but something where we can visit the site and have other major services all grouped together rather than just potentially Bunnings and a couple of other little stores in an area that's where it's been designated. Now, I was valuing Dalyalup when it first developed, and Bunnings was given the opportunity at that stage to have a prime site in Dalyalup, and it was through the district centre, and they rejected that proposal at that time. So I'm not here saying they can't move. I'm saying this isn't the best location, and we really need to get together, as the Mayor said, and find a suitable site that is larger, similar to Busselton, we can then plan towards rather than what I call ad hoc and will serve for the medium term.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Thank you for your deputation. Thanks for travelling up to Perth today.
The next deputation on the same item is from Jay Dandley, who will be joining us online this morning. Jay, if you can see and hear us, if you could turn your audio and video on, that would be appreciated.
All right, have you got me?
Yes, thank you. Over to you when you're ready. Thank you.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. My name's Jay Stanley from Barron Stanley. I'm a real estate professional who has worked extensively throughout Bunbury and the Southwest. I appear today to oppose the proposed relocation of Bunnings from Bunbury to Dalyalup. As real estate professionals, we're not planners, economists or policymakers. Our role is to speak with buyers, sellers, investors, developers and families who are making decisions about where they choose to live, invest and build their future. Because of that, we gain valuable insight into what drives confidence in a community and what concerns people when considering major investment decisions. One thing we know with certainty is that confidence matters. People invest in communities when they believe those communities have a strong future. They look for employment opportunities, quality services, housing availability, business investment, and evidence that an area is growing and prospering. For decades, Bunbury has been recognised as the commercial, employment, and service centre of the Southwest. That status has helped attract residents, businesses, and investment, and is one of the reasons Bunbury continues to be viewed as the regional capital of the Southwest. Our concern is not simply the relocation of one retailer, it is what the relocation represents. Bunnings is not an ordinary retail business. It is one of the region's major destination retailers attracting customers from across the southwest. When a business of that scale chooses to relocate outside Bunbury, people naturally start asking questions. Why is it moving? What does that mean for Bunbury's future? Will other major businesses follow? Similarly, along the lines of what Jeff was just saying. Whether those concerns are justified or not, these are genuine questions being raised by buyers, property owners, and investors. In real estate, perception absolutely matters. Markets are not driven only by economic fundamentals, but also by confidence and sentiment. People are more likely to invest when they believe a city is attracting and retaining jobs, services, and economic activity. They become more cautious when they perceive that activity may be moving elsewhere. We are also concerned about the loss of residential land at a time when housing supply remains one of the Southwest's biggest challenges. Every day we deal with families looking for land, first home buyers trying to enter the market, and people frustrated by the lack of available housing options. This site represents one of the few development-ready residential opportunities capable of delivering more than 100 homes in the near term. I'll just emphasise that, more than 100 homes in the near term. At a time when governments, industry and communities are all focused on increasing housing supply, many people find it difficult to understand why residential land would be converted to commercial use in order to accommodate a retailer that is already operating successfully within the region. Finally, planning decisions create precedents. The issue before the Commissioner is larger than the future location of a single business. It is about the long-term direction of regional growth and whether planning decisions strengthen or weaken Bunbury's role as the Southwest's primary regional centre. Strong property markets depend on...
I'm going to have to ask you to end there. I'm sorry, I'm trying to accommodate everybody, but we do have 12 deputations on this item.
Sure.
And I think you've been really clear in your deputation and I thank you for that. But I will now go to questions. Members, do you have any questions for Jay? There are no questions, but we do appreciate your insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next deputation this morning on the same item in person, we're welcoming Cheryl Kozasek. Thank you, Cheryl.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for allowing many of us to speak. My name is Cheryl Kozasek. I'm the Deputy Mayor of the City of Bunbury, but also I am President of the Retail Co. Representing retailers and businesses at the Bunbury CBD. I appear today to oppose the proposed relocation of Bunnings from Bunbury to Dalyellum. Let me be clear from the outset, this is not an argument against growth, investment or competition, nor is it an argument against Dalyellum, which is an important and growing community within the Southwest. This is about the long-term economic strength of Bunbury and the consequences that this decision may have for the businesses that have invested in and continue to support our city. The reaction from the retail community has been one of genuine shock and concern. Retailers are devastated by this proposal. Many see it as more than the relocation of a single business. They see it as the potential loss of one of Bunbury's major regional retail anchors and a decision that could fundamentally change customer visitation patterns across the city. For decades, planning, policy and public investment has reinforced Bunbury's role as the Southwest's primary commercial employment and service centre. Significant investment in transport, health, industry and city infrastructure has been directed towards strengthening Bunbury as the hub of the region. Major retailers such as Bunnings are more than simply places to shop. They are destination businesses. They draw customers from across the Southwest and generate economic activities that supports a wide range of surrounding businesses. When people travel to Bunbury to visit Bunnings, they often combine that trip with other purchases. They buy fuel, visit cafes, shop in specialty stores, access professional services and spend money throughout the broader economy. Those flow-on benefits support jobs, investment and business confidence across our city. The concern being raised by Bunbury retailers is that relocating a major destination retailer away from Bunbury risks reducing those visitation patterns and redirecting economic activity elsewhere. For some businesses, especially those already operating in a challenging retail environment, even a modest reduction in customer traffic can have significant consequences. The ACC recently blocked Coles from leasing a site in Kalgoorlie for a second supermarket and liquor store, citing that the new store risked forcing independent competitors out of business. Here in Bunbury, we have a slightly different scenario where Bunnings have been allowed to move in and has already forced the closure of all its competitors, and we are now very reliant on Bunnings. Bunnings Toolmart manager, I am told, actually tell their staff the aim is not to make a profit, but to close down all the opposition in the first 5 years. This is the power of a large retailer. The issue before the Commission is therefore larger than the relocation of a single retailer. It is about the cumulative effect of planning decisions and whether they strengthen or weaken Bunbury's role as the Southwest's principal economic and commercial centre. Planning decisions create precedents. If major regional serving businesses continue to move away from Bunbury, there's a real risk of gradually eroding the critical mass of businesses, employment and investment that has made Bunbury the regional capital of the Southwest. On behalf of our members, I respectfully ask the Commission to consider not only the merits of the proposed developments, but also the broader economic, strategic and community impacts on Bunbury and the businesses that have invested here for decades. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation today, Cheryl. Appreciate you also coming in person today. Members, do you have any comment on questions? Yes, Commissioner Herron.
Yeah, thank you for your deputation. Given your position as president of the Retail Co, I would be interested in your view. However, I mean, would it be fair to say that obviously the nature of retail is changing, and obviously the way that which Bunnings operate is changing in response to that? Is there an understanding that there's going to need to be a level of reform and things within Bunbury itself in order to maintain its position as a retail destination?
Absolutely. And we all know that online shopping has changed the retail market completely, and we will never be able to shut that door. So every retailer in any level has had to adjust to that and understand that completely. And Bunbury City Council, we're activating many things to bring people into the city and activate small businesses, because I think in the old strip shopping days, it was those small specialty stores that in particular brought people into town. So we're definitely working on that. But at the same time, on the other end, the large draw cart stores are the ones that often are why people come to town, and then they will go to your little specialty one. So I'm going to Bunnings to get all the things I absolutely need, but then I'm going into town to have a coffee and see what else I might like. And I think that it's a very reliant situation that in a way we've all contributed to, because we like shopping at Bunnings. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much for your deputation.
Thank you very much.
The next deputation this morning, also on item 3.5, we're welcoming Canella Hope.
Good morning, committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I represent Bunbury businesses, and for the last 9 years, I've been the planning consultant for the main developer in Dalyella. I know this structure plan very well, and I'm more than happy to take any questions about it. The Dalyella structure plan was built around robust planning foundations established nearly 30 years ago. These have stood the test of time, and this has been a real key to Dalyella's recognised success. The claim that this structure plan is no longer fit for purpose, in my view, offends that integrity and the proven longevity. The reality is that this structure plan on this corner, it just doesn't suit Bunnings' ambitions. This application deletes planned public open space, taking it to below the required 10% amount. It changes traffic and developer contribution assumptions, and none of those have been addressed. The loss of these residential lots, for example, means a shortfall in the historical per lot repayment required to the City of Bunbury. This requires some recalibration, And that includes accounting for the very different travel patterns and also traffic volumes that this development creates, both within and beyond the Shire of Capel. The application and report is silent on proposed Lot B, and this also needs to be properly assessed. This is more than just a Bunnings application. I also challenge the claim about changed circumstances now preventing residential here. Redundancy of the Western Power site deconstrains. It gives more land. And the noise attenuation to the Bustle Highway, this is not new. This is a long-standing requirement of this structure plan. It's a condition. I was the applicant for the recent residential land release immediately south of here, and it has exactly the same interface to the highway as the subject land. Finally, I don't accept that Bunnings has somehow been denied opportunity in the Dalyalup District Centre. Historically, it was always planned here. It was simply not taken up by Bunnings. This district centre has taken time to reach critical mass, but other anchors, key anchors like Coles, they purchased and then they waited. It took them more than a decade, probably longer, to only recently develop and open. This land in the district centre going relatively recently to other alternative service commercial uses, it's not a failing and it's not one that must now be compensated for. The history and all the failure would actually be allowing Bunnings to advance here unplanned and out of centre. This history and all the layers of consideration that have been carefully knitted together here for 30 years, this is exactly what a structure plan is for. And a structure plan, particularly in the urban development zone as exists here, its purpose is to prevent ad hoc development like this. And this is why such a proposed significant departure like this, it compels the order and the thoroughness that a structure plan amendment brings. For these main reasons, amongst others, and I do agree with the comments of other submitters against as well. I'm not against the Bunnings, just this particular site and the process. For those reasons, I also recommend that this application should be refused. Thank you.
Canella, thank you very much for your deputation today. Can I just go back to the POS issue that you mentioned? If you could just talk to that in a bit more detail about how that does impact the broader Dalyalup East structure plan.
Sure. The latest structure plan amendment sets out some regulations which I replicated in my deputation request. Overall, the entire structure plan area, it achieves 10.01%. Fraction above the POS 8 in this corner. It's the final piece of public open space, and it happens that proportionately more falls on this corner. This development takes that land out of the equation, and when it does that, it takes it, depending how you calculate it, marginally below 10%. That's the kind of change that a structure plan amendment would focus on and pull apart and work out a solution for. Whereas as a development application, we don't have the opportunity to resolve that. And that has an impact across the whole structure plan area.
Thank you. Members, Commissioner Lakey?
Can I just bring you back to, I've read your submission, but bring you back to the DCS and give a little context around that, explain how that in practice would be affected.
The district centre.
Yeah, by having that, and the DCS has already been collected by the, how does every
Contributions plan.
Contribution, yeah, sorry,
district centre. Sure. Dalyalup has an adopted developer contributions plan towards community infrastructure. It's a plan that's been in place for a very long time. It does need to have a closer look at it. It's a long-running structure plan. You know, what was planned for 30 years ago, cost alone has changed. That's one facet. This obviously has an impact. You know, the number of lots contributed to an expectation of how much money would be available towards community services, community infrastructure. But the example that I spoke to Historically, the City of Bunbury challenged the Commission when the structure plan went through one of its iterations about the impact on infrastructure in the City of Bunbury. If you're familiar with Dalyellup, outside the Bustle Highway, Parade Road takes you between the City of Bunbury and Dalyellup. There were considerable roadworks that the City of Bunbury undertook. They were carefully calibrated to assumptions about lot numbers, the district centre, and how traffic would move. This hierarchy of the regional centre, different types of activity centres, was all calibrated to that. The outcome is that historically, every subdivision in Dalyellup, including commercial, continues to pay a contribution to the City of Bunbury. This proposal changes that. And again, that's the kind of issue that would be unravelled and resolved, examined through a structure plan amendment process. Unable to do that.
Any further questions? Thank you, Member Morrison, and then Member Franklin.
Chair, through you, a few questions. The connection Lilydale Road to the outer bypass, was that something that was contemplated in the structure plan development?
No, historically, the structure plan contemplated that connection to the south. So that has changed. It's part of the Bunbury Outer Ring Road, now the Wilman-Wadandi Highway. That said, Lilydale Road was formerly Centenary Road. It was always a road. It was always an intersection to the highway. The highway's always been there. But I would suggest that's another factor that a structure plan amendment should be catering for, and that recalibration of traffic movement and how people travel around. Largely, this is a structure plan that stood the test of time. The road layout, that district network movement, it's all stayed the same. But yeah, there's some external factors that have changed as well.
Sure, thank you. And lastly, in relation to the contributions, this proposal includes kind of direct funding of some works. Has that occurred for any other developments within the structure plan area?
Compared to the road one?
Have any other developments, other than making kind of contributions to the development contribution plan, have any of them made any other direct funding of works outside of their boundaries?
Absolutely. Said it's a historical structure plan. There's historical mechanisms that today we could do. Okay? Historically, there was a financial agreement between the three developers. They funded, for example, on Bustle Highway, that main entrance further south of here. They also contributed collectively towards other intersections, Ferndale Road to south. They constructed the connector roads through. And historically, there's also been money collected in agreement between those developers for the southern intersection as well that's yet to be built at Hasty Road as well.
Thank you. And sorry, just to clarify, Chair, those works occurred fully outside the DCP process. Is that right? Yeah. Thank you.
That's right.
Any further questions? Sorry, Member Franklin.
Thank you, through the Chair. Now, with regard to the structure plan, I just want to establish, there's talk of, long-term redundancy of the structure plan, but as it stands at the moment, it is a fully operative structure plan, and have amendments been progressively done over the last few years in order to keep it current?
Yes, I would say in general, the structure plan works very well. It was developed, I think, brilliantly at the start, of engineers as well as planners involved. So a lot of the goalposts, the structure plan are the same. But as you would have seen, the latest amendment to the structure plan is amendment number 29.
Yeah.
So there have been amendments. When you look back at those though, they're for far less magnitude than this change now. The latest one, for example, adjusted near the district centre the shape of some public open space.
Okay.
The one before that changed the lifestyle village. That was previously residential. The last amendment changed that, even though it was permitted use, changed that to a lifestyle village. So that's the kind of the nature of structure plan amendments here.
A decommissioning of essential infrastructure that is no longer required and basically needs to be considered into a different contexts for urban development, that would be well and truly a precipitator for an amendment?
If you're talking about the Western Powerland, potentially yes. As I understand it, historically, that was planned for 25 years ago. Gradually that's changed. It's also one of the smallest landowner in the structure plan and the last one to develop. So yes, in theory, that change could be structure plan amendment as well. And it absolutely lends itself to residential. I think that's the benefit of that process, is that you can explore all these alternative options and weigh up the pros and cons, and just have that full picture available to evaluate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members? Thank you very much for your deputation, Nella.
The next deputation this morning, also on item 3.5, welcoming Sean McCowan.
Thanks very much for the opportunity today. My name is Sean McEwen. I'm the CEO of the Graph Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Next year, the Chamber will celebrate 130 years in Bunbury, and today we represent around 430 member businesses. Many of those businesses would be directly impacted by the relocation of a significant anchor tenant from the Bunbury CBD. There are two key points I'd like to highlight today. The first is Bunbury's inclusion in the Western Australian Government's 7-city strategy. The strategy identifies Bunbury as one of the 7 regional cities expected to drive the next phase of economic growth through investment in infrastructure, housing, industry, transport, education, health. Against that backdrop, Bunbury needs a strong and prosperous city centre. That is something the Chamber, our members, and many others are working very hard to maintain and grow. We are already seeing significant public investment reinforcing Bunbury's role as a regional centre through projects such as the Bunbury Ring Road, Bunbury Regional Hospital, and foreshore development. And I want to be clear, this is not an argument against growth elsewhere or in Daliala in this case. It is an important and growing residential community and will continue to play an important role in the future of the region. The question we're asking is whether relocating a major regional retail and employment destination out of Bunbury aligns with the state's own objective of strengthening Bunbury as one of WA's designated 7 cities. Major destination retailers do much more than just simply sell goods and services. They bring people into an area, they create jobs, generate flow on spending for surrounding businesses, and they make use of existing infrastructure, stuff that's been built, at least at the time the Chamber's been around 130 odd years. There's quite the history. And importantly, once we lose a major anchor tenant, they are incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to replace. Bunyas contribute significantly to the economic activity and customer visitation that supports Bunbury as the region's, the Southwest's primary commercial centre. We regularly hear from our members that people travel from across the region to Bunbury as a one-stop destination. They may come from a particular retailer or a service or healthcare in particular, but while they're there, they visit other businesses, grab lunch or a coffee. Flow on activity matters. The second and my last point is about retail fragmentation, especially in regional centres such as Bunbury. There's a real risk if we continue to disperse major retail activity over multiple locations, we spread that activity so thin that no particular area performs well. And as a chamber with a physical presence in the heart of Bunbury, we are aware of this. It's what we hear from our members on a regular basis. A strong city centre relies on a critical mass of businesses, employment and people. Businesses benefit from each other's customers, and that concentration creates activity and confidence needed to attract further investment. Our position is not about preventing growth elsewhere. It's about ensuring that as our region grows, we do not weaken the very centre of it, the centre that's designed to support them. And for these reasons and the other reasons you've heard, I'd like to ask you to reconsider and reject this application to move Bunnings from Bunbury to Daliala. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your deputation. Members, any questions for Sean? Thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
The next deputation this morning, also on item 3.5, is from Lisa. They're welcoming the online this morning. Either of you can see, if you could turn your audio and video on, so I think that would be appreciated. Lisa.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Over to you when you're ready. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Whitaker and I'm the General Manager for South Services with Anglicare WA. Anglicare WA provides housing and homelessness support services to West Australians experiencing housing stress, housing instability and homelessness. Every day, our staff work with individuals, couples and families who are struggling to find and keep safe places to call home. We support people facing homelessness, people at risk of losing their housing and people trying to maintain tenancy in an incredibly difficult market. West Australia is in the grip of a housing and rental crisis. Across the southwest, affordable housing is increasingly difficult to access. Rental vacancies remain extremely limited, and many individuals and families are experiencing significant housing stress. The impacts of this crisis are not theoretical. They are being experienced every day by the people who seek support from organisations like ourselves. We work with people who have lost their housing, people sleeping rough, families in insecure accommodation, workers unable to secure rental properties, and older Australians facing the prospect of homelessness for the first time in their lives. There is an urgent need for housing opportunities for families, workers, key service employers, older residents and young people seeking to remain within the southwest. Every future home contributes to relieving pressure within the housing system. During our Anglicare WA rental affordability snapshot conducted over 2 days in March this year, there were 81 properties listed for rent in the 6230 postcode areas of Bunbury and Dalyellup. Of those, only 7 properties were determined to be affordable and appropriate for singles and people on a low income. Stable housing is the foundation upon which people build their lives. It supports employment, education, physical and mental health, family stability and social connection. When housing becomes less available, the most vulnerable members of our community are often the ones who bear the greatest burden. We are already seeing this in the growing numbers of people now listed on the Alliance to End Homeless by Names list for Bunbury. That reported recently there are 122 people identifying as homeless and in desperate need of accommodation, 70 of which are rough sleeping in the streets, in bushland and in cars, and 52 people are in temporary shelters. This is just the tip of the iceberg of people coming forward. We know that there are so many more living in unsuitable and overcrowded dwellings and couch surfing. The consequences of inadequate housing and land supply extend well beyond the housing market itself. Housing shortages contribute to homelessness, family stress, poor health outcomes, financial hardship, and reduced well-being. At a time when the Southwest needs more housing, not less, preserving opportunities to deliver new homes should remain a priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation today, Lisa. That is appreciated. It's good to hear from Anglicare. Members, do you have any questions that you wish to ask? Thank you very much, Commissioner Herrod.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lisa, for your deputation, and definitely do not disagree with many of your comments. And I can assure you our Minister reminds us each day about the importance of housing delivery. But I'm just wanting to make sure that you understand, if this site is not approved for the subject development, there is nothing to compel the site to be developed for residential. I just wanting to ensure that you understand that that be the case.
Yeah, I do understand. And it was more around me presenting kind of what that housing crisis needs is and just impel people to think about housing and the crisis that we're facing when it is doing any kind of planning in any future development.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Lisa? Lisa, thank you for your deputation today.
Thank you.
The next deputation this morning, also on item 3.5, welcoming Justin Trewoon, also via Zoom this morning. Good morning, Justin. If you can see and hear us, if you can turn your audio and video on, the meeting would be appreciated.
Sorry. Sorry, what was?
Justin, do you have video capabilities? so we may see you on the screen for your deputation this morning. If not, we can proceed with audio only.
I have. Oh, sorry.
There we go. We can see you now. Thank you very much. And over to you when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Dustin Truran, and I'm representing the Southwest local land builders and new home builders, Summit Homes, WA Country Builders, Take Heart, Scott Park Group, and Dale Alcock Homes. Collectively, we're genuinely concerned by this proposal, and our message is simple. Housing must come first. Every day we're being told that housing supply is one of the state's highest priorities. We need more homes, more land, and faster delivery. We're told the region is in the middle of a housing crisis and that everyone must do their part to solve it. The state government has even pledged $4.7 billion towards delivering more homes for West Australians. Yet here we are considering a proposal that would remove one of the few shovel-ready residential sites in the Greater Bunbury region and replace it with a retail warehouse in the middle of what was already existing suburbia. It doesn't make sense to me or my counterparts. The reality is that land supply in the Greater Bunbury area has reached critical levels. There is no shortage of families wanting to build and that need a new home. There's no shortage of builders and tradespeople ready to build these homes. What there is a shortage of is available land. There is a public assumption that there's plenty of land available, but the truth's very different. Supply of residential land listed in the applicant's submission as being zoned and approved close to the site are actually a long way from being ready for development. They're trapped in planning processes, infrastructure requirements, and approvals that can take years before a single family can move into a new home. That is why this site is so important. It is development ready, residential land that could be delivering new home sites almost immediately. Builders and developers across the Southwest are desperately searching for opportunities to increase housing supply. The proposal of taking approximately 14 acres of residential zone land out of the market is quite extraordinary. The Bunbury region would lose shovel-ready land that could accommodate up to 100 homes, more than 100 homes, sorry, in a prime location, only 15 minutes from the port and 5 minutes to the regional hospital, which is currently undergoing a multi-million-dollar upgrade. Where are the workers for these expanding facilities going to live? At a time when workers can't find accommodation, young families are struggling to enter the housing market, businesses cannot attract staff because housing is unavailable, and governments are investing millions of dollars in housing supply to increase housing supply, this proposal moves in exactly the opposite direction. The question before the Commission is not whether Bunnings can build a new store. The question is whether a retail relocation is more important than housing hundreds of future Southwest residents. From the perspective of the residential building and land development industry, the answer is clear. Housing must come first. We strongly urge the Commission to protect this land for the homes that it was always intended to provide. Thank you.
Justin, thank you very much for your deputation today. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Lakey.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Justin. Just and I take your point, and I've read the submission and I've seen the concept, which I understand. But and following on a point that Commissioner Herron said earlier, you talk about shovel ready, and but would you agree that for it to be shovel ready, there's still a planning process to go through, and you also have to have a landowner that wants to develop residential. So there is a time factor there. Would you agree with that?
It's a lot shorter time frame than what other proposed development sites would have on them. This has already been zone residential. It would just be a matter of putting a stage plans together and then stamped by council, and then off you go.
Be the landowner have to want to develop it in that way.
The landowner could do that. They could sell the land. There's developers out there who would be willing to talk to them about that.
Thank you.
Justin, just in terms of some of the commentary in the report, does talk about this land being affected by land resumptions associated with the Wadundy Woolman Highway. It talks about the fact that the site's, proximity now to that regional road. Talks about the, providing a transition and buffer to the existing housing. What do you say in relation to those points?
So it's really hard to hear. It echoes. I'm not
I'm
sure
just
what you
saying
said.
to you, Justin, it's Emma Cole talking to you. I'm just saying that the report does talk about some of the contextual changes to the structure plan area, the site area that we're talking about. It talks about the impact of the Wadundy Woolman Highway. It talks about the fact that there has been some land resumptions, that there is now that primary regional road there, which is, going to be affecting sensitive land users. And it talks about the fact that the Bunnings could provide a buffer to the existing housing. I was interested to know if you'd like to respond to that commentary.
So where the land is, there's housing all the way along there anyway. So putting more housing in that location where Bunnings would like to relocate to doesn't have any impact on what's already there for existing residents. There'd be an earth bund wall, which would create some soundproofing, vegetation planted. It would be no different than the rest of that corridor.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Thank you for your deputation today.
Thank you.
Deputation this morning also on item 3.5, we're welcoming in person Tane Evershed from Planning Solutions and Stuart McKnight from Soul, online Richard Lee from Macro Plan.
I'm just noting that you have received additional time for this deputation because there has been 2 submissions rendered together.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, Commission Chair and committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I, along with Stuart McKnight and Richard Lee, both with significant experience in retail economics, represent Citygate, the owner of over 10 hectares of service commercial land in Bunbury. From a statutory planning perspective, refusal of this development is a simple decision to make. Why? Because it lacks any strategic alignment with the planning framework, the first limb of the net benefit test. If there was an absence of planning for the site, perhaps an argument can be made for the proposal. The opposite is true. The Shire's recent planning strategy doesn't identify the site as a large service commercial precinct, and the existing structure plan, which is still valid through to October 2030, identifies the land for residential. In other words, all the strategic planning for the site has been done to demonstrate the preferable, orderly and proper planning outcome is residential. Now, the report suggests the redundancy of the Western Power site and proximity to Bustle Highway are grounds to ignore the structure plan, and we disagree because the Western Power site actually improves the viability of residential development itself, and the interface with Bustle Highway can be managed by a bund. This was always a structure plan requirement and is supported by over 280 homes in Dalyella already built within within 250 metres of Bustle Highway. Now, this suggests to me the interface isn't an issue. So if you agree residential is viable and acceptable, which it is, it follows you cannot simply disregard or give limited weight to the structure plan, and you must reject this out-of-centre development. The final comment I'd make before handing over to Stuart is that our peer review of the proponent's net benefit test has identified several flaws. This application could turn on those flaws. Without an independent peer review of the net benefit test, there's a real risk you could determine this proposal without all the relevant technical information. If that's the case, the best course of action is refusal or deferral, and I note Canella has suggested the structure plan amendment process is the proper vehicle to deal with that. I'll hand over to Stuart.
Thank you. Good morning. The proposed development fails to satisfy the 4 pillars of the net benefit test under SPP 4.2. So if we can just have the next slide, please. The strategic alignment is the first pillar of the net benefit test. And the NBT report states that the proposal would take $50.8 million out of designated activity centres and redirect it to an out-of-centre location. On productivity, the base case of building 100 dwellings on the subject site would create about 325 person years of employment. And that would be for locally construction workers. In contrast, the proposal is estimated to create 98 jobs, most of which are likely to be filled from Perth rather than the local area. This results in a net negative of 227 construction jobs if the proposal proceeds. For operational jobs, the net development would create a net of 23 additional jobs, not the 204 claimed in the NBT. I'll come back to that. For the next slide, the quality of life pillar of SPP 4.2 shows some mixed benefits. Consumers will benefit from a greater range of goods and services, likely from the relocation, but it comes at an opportunity cost of more than $100. Under environmental sustainability, the NBT that's prepared for this assessment, for this proposal, states that 70% of the resident catchment lives in the north and northeast sectors. So by moving 10 kilometres to the south, you're adding a 12 round trip for most of the customers. Just on the next slide, I'll just run through the operational jobs calculation that's used in the NBT. This relies on a consistent relationship between floor space, turnover and employment, which is used by most retail economists. However, the NBT has a fundamental flaw by using different assumptions when calculating the benefits and then the impacts. Calculate the benefits, the NBT adopts a ratio of $250,000 turnover per worker. But to calculate the impacts, the calculation is based on $2.1 million turnover per worker. If you were to apply the same assumption across both benefits and impacts, it means you will be losing 203 jobs from the designated activity centres, along with that $50.8 million of turnover. Just on the next slide, there's no retail needs assessment in support of this proposal, and the Bunbury LGA already has an above average provision of large format floor space per capita. So on the next slide, there's the distribution of the resident population according to 4 sectors. And just on the last slide, the local housing market is very tight. Listings and rental vacancies remain very low. Prices and rents have more than doubled. To make an informed decision, the committee should be presented with a net benefit test that accurately balances the benefits and impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the deputation. Appreciate the information that you presented on the net benefit test, and that was contained and referred to in the report before us. Members, would you like to ask questions? Thank you very much, Member Morrison.
Chair, through in relation to those figures that you just showed, Richard, around net jobs, does that assume that happens at the other site? Filled void.
So the proponent has prepared a net benefit test, which says $50.8 million will come out of those other centres. So we're just saying that there's jobs associated with that turnover. So as there is already an oversupply of large format retail, it's very unlikely.
And just as a follow-up to clarify, so just to be clear, the impact is calculated as not assuming that something else would take its place in the existing location.
That's right. This is the $50.8 million that's assumed. So 90% of the turnover of this new centre comes out of all of those other centres, if that makes sense. So then that will only change through growth of the population. So over time, does change, and it will revert over a long period. We've also assumed that the Bunnings Trade Centre stays open, so we've not assumed any closure.
One additional clarification, please. So you've noted your opinion that this type of retail is oversupplied in the region. What is undersupplied? What could potentially occur elsewhere that would offset that potential loss that you've outlined?
Yeah, so we've not prepared a needs assessment for this area, but nor has the proponent. So we think that's a bit of a gap that that is needed for a decision to be made.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Commissioner Heron.
Thank you. And I'm not going to question on the numbers. I went into planning because maths is not my strong point. But that being said, the notion of the changing nature of retail, which I touched on before, and again, you made reference to SPP 4.2. Bulky goods, as on a policy context, is not treated the same as retail. So I'm just wanting to understand how you've taken that approach, because obviously there are many examples of bulky goods being either out of centre or centre adjacent. Has that formed part of your thinking? And then the second part of that, if you could perhaps talk to, of course, the nature of Bunnings as a store, dealing with the changing nature. So I'm just wanting to understand, is your premise that another store full stop is unacceptable, or is it the scale and nature of this particular proposal that you're suggesting makes it unsuitable?
So my concern is all of the figures that I presented are straight from the net benefit test as presented by the location IQ for the proponent. So I've not made any assumptions that are different to those that have been presented. I've just shown how they've actually calculated the benefits and the impacts differently. But I've also shown how they've not necessarily hidden, but not really made clear that there's an oversupply, apparently, a relative oversupply of large format already within. I'd argue that just shows Bunbury has a regional role, not just a local government role. So it's appropriate in that case. So the issue is that most of the growth that's happening is in the north, or particularly the northeast sector. And over time, there will be other retailers that move in and have that space. So we looked at the service commercial land that's available. There are some vacant sites. There's not a lot of vacant sites, but there's several vacant sites totaling around about 10 hectares in total. There's quite a bit of vacant floor space in service commercial areas at the moment with various tenancies. So we don't see a fast take up at that floor space that's being lost when there's already floor space and land available in this area and an apparent oversupply. Okay, sorry, and through the chair, just further to that notion of the changing nature, like, so the definition of retail, and again, I think Bunnings, the nature of its products is changing, etc. So have you viewed it as a retail centre, or have you viewed it as a service commercial? We viewed it as a large format retail. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much for the deputation today.
Morning. Also on item 3.5 is from the Shire of Welcome Bell Fry, Samantha Chamberlain, and used via Zoom.
And just as Isabel joins us, if anyone is on the live stream and has joined us late, just to note that Mayor Miguel did deputation earlier today due to needing to go to a minister meeting. So we heard from the City of Bunbury. Thank you. And Isabel, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Isabel Fry and I'm the Acting Director of Community Planning and Development for the Shire of Capel. I would firstly like to thank the Statutory Planning Committee for the opportunity to speak in support of this application. The Shire's referral response has been provided as an attachment to the officer's report. However, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the key matters that were considered by the Shire in providing support for this proposal. Firstly, consistency with the structure plan. While the proposal represents a departure from the Dalyellup East local structure plan, it is important to recognise that the structure plan was adopted in 2008 and the context of the site has significantly changed since that time. The land originally identified for Western Power purposes was subsequently declared surplus to their needs and has since been intended for non-residential development. Portions of the site were also required for major road upgrades. Decision makers are required to have due regard to an approved structure plan, but they're not bound by it. In this case, the Shire considers that the proposal represents a logical and appropriate response to the site's changed circumstances. Rather than undermining the intent of orderly planning, it provides a new opportunity for the development of the site, and the documentation provided adequately addresses matters that would be considered through the structure plan process. Secondly, residential land supply. In providing its response, the Shire focused on considering the proposal in front of us based on its individual merit, rather than considering it based on if there was an alternate use of the land that should be contemplated. Notwithstanding this, the Shire considers that the proposal will have a limited effect on overall residential land supply across the Shire, with several development areas still in the pipeline to provide for residential land. Thirdly, out-of-centre development. The proposal is not located within the Dalyellup District Centre, as was originally intended. Importantly, the evidence demonstrates that the District Centre can no longer realistically accommodate a development of this size. Land within the centre has become fragmented through subdivision and development, leaving no suitable site for a large format hardware and bulky goods retailer, as was originally intended. The net benefit tests confirm that the proposal would not undermine the viability or function of existing activity centres. Finally, economic development and service delivery opportunities. This is where the proposal delivers some of its stronger benefits for our local community. Overall, the proposal represents a substantial opportunity to strengthen local service provision, support employment growth, and improve convenience for both residents and businesses. Construction is expected to support around 98 jobs, while ongoing operations are estimated to support approximately 204 direct jobs. When indirect economic benefits are included, the development is expected to support more than 650 jobs across our region. For these reasons, and based on the planning and technical assessments undertaken, the Shire's councillors and staff support the proposal. Thank you.
Isabel, thank you very much for your deputation today. You mentioned the Western Power land is mooted for non-residential development. Could you outline a bit more about that, please?
Yeah. So the Shire has previously considered a development application for a church on that site, which from all reports was going to progress should this proposal not have become on the table.
Thank you. And just in terms of some of the commentary that we've heard about the structure plan today, there has been the matter raised of why not, see a structure plan amendment here, particularly given that there are balanced lots. There's a Western Power site. You're saying from the perspective of the Shire that you believe that the matters that have to be addressed have been met through the development application process, but there's a difference of opinion here. Would you like to comment on the balanced lots and the Western Power site and how this is sort of affecting the structure plan more broadly?
Yes. So as I said about the Western Power site, it was intended by the owner of that land now that it would be for non-residential purposes. When the Shire made that decision at the time, it wasn't determined that a structure plan amendment was required. I wasn't here, so I can't comment on the thought process behind that at the time. But in terms of us considering our position on this proposal, we did consider what it would mean for public open space provision and what it would mean for the structure plan being finalised as it was originally intended. And part of that consideration for us was around looking at the opportunity of this proposal and how it can better the Shire to be in a position to improve and establish a high quality outcome in terms of service provision for public open space in existing areas. So we use that as the catalyst to balance our position around this proposal.
Thanks, Isabel. There's also been a lot of commentary from local builders and generally from planners around the potential lost housing opportunity and housing supply. Do you wish to make any comment on that from a Shire perspective?
Yeah, look, as I said, we're confident that we have a pipeline of residential land that is becoming available in our area. Our role, while recognising that housing is really, really important, we need to balance that with providing other services for our community. And this proposal will facilitate us in being able to do that, as well as providing for our residents that are already there. So we're confident that the areas of South Dayalup, and as well as growth areas in Boyanup, which are relatively close in proximity to Dayalup as well, and use Dayalup as their main centre for a lot of their commercial activity and shopping, will be able to continue on as planned in the near future and have lodged subdivision applications or are in the process of subdivisional works to provide for hundreds of lots.
Thank you. Members, questions? Member Morrison?
Thank you to the Director for your deputation. Could you just expand more, please, as you may have heard earlier in some of the earlier deputations about the connection to the bypass was previously going to be a little bit further south through Hasty Road, I understand, kind of feeding directly into the district centre. And it was subsequently changed, effectively feeding directly into this site via a connection, via an extension of Lilydale Road. Can you talk, if you can, about how that may have influenced the Shire's thinking about what's the appropriate use of this site?
Yeah, I think the upgrades to Lilydale Road and the changes that have happened with that intersection to Bustle Highway as part of the Wilman-Wadandi upgrade works, I think it presented an opportunity for this site to be developed in this way. It has meant that this is a prominent corner block that will be able to have its own access that doesn't require imposition onto the residential areas of Dayalup. So I think it actually brought an opportunity for this kind of development more so than anything.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Herron?
Yeah, thank you very much for your deputation. I just had a couple of queries around, in terms of you've talked to the land use, from a development perspective, the issue around interface and I suppose the consideration that was given around that, given obviously the scale of the proposal. Could you also clarify what assumptions you may have taken in terms of the use of that remaining portion of land on the site and whether that is likely to be developed for service commercial?
Yes, so the applicant can probably talk to that if they're comfortable to do that a little bit more in terms of how much detail they would like to give. But I can say from our perspective, we have been in open discussions with the owner of that land around it progressing through to be developed. And the Shire has been very clear around what we expect to see in terms of presentation to the street and the kind of built form outcome we want to see as the entry statement for our Shire. And we're comfortable with how those things are progressing.
And sorry, through the chair, just also the interface to residential, given the scale of the proposal. Can you just perhaps talk to how you considered that?
Yeah, so fortunately for this site, where the closest adjoining neighbours are the Lifestyle Village next door, and that is partly separated by the 5 Mile Brook diversion drain also being in that spot, which does give some spatial separation. But in terms of the actual outcomes for those residents, I think it has been echoed for them around the role that the building will be able to play in some noise attenuation from the highway. And obviously the applicant is proposing an acoustic wall as well as part of that to manage that. So we're comfortable around how it will interact with the existing residents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Lakey.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted clarity from yourself in terms of a number of the other deputations from other planners have talked about this being very much an out of centre development. I just thought to get your view on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the pathway that we have here through the 11B process is there for a reason. And I think this is a good circumstance where it is appropriate to use it, where an opportunity can arise that may not have been contemplated previously and has a pathway to be able to go forward and doing that. I think for us as a region, I think we need to move towards rightly thinking about how we can operate as one. When our residents travel between the city of Bunbury and the Shire of Capel, they don't necessarily know that they're moving between local government boundaries. So while I see the importance for regional planning and considering how the Southwest functions and the Bunbury Centre functions, I think we have to consider the proposal that was put in front of us on its merits and for why it's there, and also think about how our different local government areas can play a different role than they have previously in being able to make up the mix for our Southwest.
Thank you. Anything further, members? Isabel, thank you very much for your deputation today.
Deputation this morning also on item 3.5 in person. We're welcoming Daniel Lewis, Elton Swartz, Jason Eden, Andrew Stevens and Julia Skinner, and via Zoom, Jake and Sam Lavart. Therefore, you're
We made it. Good morning, Madam Chair and SBC members.
Morning.
I think it still is morning at this point. I thank you for the opportunity to speak specifically in regards to item 3.5. I'm joined at the table by a number of the project team, but also Jake Lynch online from Location IQ, and also Sam Labour for technical questions towards the end. I'll just be speaking briefly. Can I grab the next slide? The subject site is the last remaining undeveloped land in the northern portion of Daliala East. Land south has been fully developed, and with the Overfires lifestyle village to the west, north of Atkins Road, also fully supportive of our development project. Recent subdivision approval that we've received in March determined the final alignment of the 5 Mile Brook, the last piece in this puzzle, including the implementation and delivery. Next slide, please. A third Bunnings store was always identified for Daliala as early as 2012. Through key stakeholder engagement over a number of years by the project team, including the Lifestyle Village to the west, the Shire of Capel, Main Roads Metro and DPLH, the proposal presented this morning is fully supported by all relevant agencies. This can't be understated, and it is a very unique position that we find ourselves in. The Shire of Capel have been active in this development journey, deregulating the retail trading hours in 2023 and paving the way for this proposal. I'd like to also highlight that 82% of public submissions were in support of this proposal. Next slide, please. The development proposal that's before the SPC this morning comprises a single Bunnings tenancy with retaining, servicing, bulk earthworks, all to be completed in a single construction program. It is located on the southern link of the Wilman-Widandi Highway, and this site is a prominent entrance to the Shire of Capel and provides the highest level of regional access available. The roundabout on Lilydale Road and the service egress out onto Bustle Highway were agreed and fully supported by Main Roads prior to lodgement. This is what has given the opportunity for this development. Without access, this development doesn't stand. Next slide, please. I'd like to make this point really clear. The Greater Bunbury Retail Planning under SPP 4.2 has always anticipated a third store in Daliala. However, the land that was identified in the Daliala District Centre has been fragmented and subdivided over a number of years, getting us to this point where there is simply no land within Daliala for this development to occur. Our site is the only 3-hectare site that could accommodate a development of this nature in Daliala. There is no alternative site. This is it. And I want to also make this point very clear. It is uncontested. Excuse me. It is uncontested that the net benefit test demonstrated that this Bunnings tenancy will not undermine the Daliala or the Bunbury Activity Centre hierarchy for which a net benefit test has to hang on. So between the strategic alignment and its clear demonstration that it doesn't undermine the Activity Centre hierarchy, we're confident in delivering this proposal to SPC this morning. Next slide, please. The development was lodged via the SDAU for the Commission to weigh a proposal of this nature on its merit. It is our firm opinion that this is the only urban development land available in Dalyellum for Bunnings, and without the State Referral Coordination Unit, we would not be at this junction today. We also strongly contest that the Dalyellum East Local Structure Plan can be considered a contemporary planning framework document for which significant regard can be given. As has been discussed and highlighted previously, substantial changes have been made to this portion of the structure plan, including the construction of the Lilydale Roundabout, a place of worship DA, which was always intended to progress, not residential housing, and a landowner who has no intent of developing residential land. The 5 Mile Brook creates a unique single development cell fronting this key intersection. Opposition to this development has centred on the loss of residential land for housing. It is our strong view that this site is not an appropriate location for housing now that the Wilman-Wadandi roundabout has been constructed. As outlined by the Planning Officer's report, constrained residential land in this location represents less than 1% of housing supply for the region. Therefore, on the balance of merit and knowing the support from all agencies, including Main Roads, we recommend the SBC exercise its discretion and approve this development proposal. I'd like to raise, sorry, next slide. Should have said that. There's 2 conditions that I'd like to highlight for the commissioners this morning. The first is relating to condition 26. This is simply a pragmatic change that seeks to include power and water on the service condition. The reason is relatively simple. The church's land is currently not serviced by power or water, and this condition will facilitate the delivery as a single construction program. Next slide. And the final condition that we sought or we're seeking to be included is an advice note, which the Commission will see it at E. The applicant and the team are not opposed to the restriction of access between our proposed roundabout and the left out and Bustle Highway. In fact, last week we've had multiple discussions with Main Roads and have essentially agreed a deposited plan to this extent. The reality is that this has not been pulled in as part of a prior to commencement condition, which is our preference. This goes to the delivery of the development. Leaving this outside of the SDAU approval is a concern for us because this gets left to a subdivision condition, noting we've got 2 subdivision applications at foot. And unfortunately, even at this late stage, Main Roads Southwest are still providing contrary advice to Main Roads Metro. And that's the reason why we're at the SDAU meeting. And that's why we need the team at the State Referral Coordination Unit to assist in providing a pragmatic approach, which all can agree to. I'm happy to answer any further questions on that specifically, but I'd like to just close briefly.
We are going to have to close now, so thank you. We do have information on that through the SDAU, but I will now go to questions from members. Members, are there questions? It's Commissioner Lake and then Member Morris.
Thank you for your presentation. And obviously you've been here through the whole of the deputation. So I'd just like to have a conversation about the retail study that's been done and the net benefit test. And you've had deputations from 2 other economists who counter that perspective and question that the report. I'd just like you to provide comment on that, please.
Sure. Through you, Chair. I'd like to let Jake, being an expert in this space, to provide commentary.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Lakey, I believe it was. From our perspective, the economic case is straightforward. Greater Bunbury is underprovided for full-line hardware floor space, both now and in the future. Dalyellum, Capel and the southern portion of the catchment have a clear service gap in what is a strong and growing market. The need exists now and it only strengthens over time. So importantly, our net benefit test tested the more onerous scenario, which was the assumed Dalyellum operating as an additional 3rd full-line offering alongside Bunbury and Australind, both of which being retained. And that demonstrated that there was capacity for 3, including Bunbury. So even under that scenario, the impacts on existing centres remain manageable. they're concentrated principally on competing hardware uses, particularly the existing Bunnings warehouses, and they don't undermine Bunbury's broader role, function, or viability. So the proposal is one hardware warehouse. It doesn't replicate Bunbury's broader large format retail precinct, its critical mass of other uses, its retail, civic, commercial, and so on. And the peer review and the subsequent submissions and deputations raise issues for consideration, but they have been addressed in the RFI, and they don't demonstrate an unacceptable activity centre impact or identify a centre functional role that would be lost. The evidence has now been tested through consultation, peer review, these deputations, and RFI process. The Shire supports the application, the DPLH recommends approval. So my conclusion remains unchanged. There's a clear and current need. The benefits outweigh the identified economic costs, and the proposal wouldn't materially undermine the established activity centre hierarchy. So in my assessment, that satisfies the net benefit test under SPP 4.2.
Quick follow-up as well. Thank you for that. And so your view on the impact of Bunnings leaving the current location, and there was a number of deputations around that impact, how that will change the retail landscape in that area.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the net benefit test obviously assumes a third Bunnings. If Bunnings ultimately does relocate, the scenario becomes less intensive. The net increase in regional hardware floor space falls to less than 8,000 square metres. The peer review, the submissions all demonstrate that that is supportable currently. So again, it's a less intensive scenario that would be modelled. And it's covered in the RFI. So that genuinely new trade diversion is lower than what was originally modelled. So so too would be impacts. So essentially under relocation, there might be some vacancy or cross-shopping effects, as has been noted, and we have acknowledged that.
Member Morrison.
Chair, could I just clarify, please, as a follow-up to the answers to that question?
Sure.
There, so am I correct in understanding that some of the material put forward has assumed that the existing Bunbury City Store would remain open? Like, how interlinked are these decisions, and how interlinked is this development to that existing store? Just so it's clear, please.
Yeah, so at a high level, when this application was put forward, the assessment was made on the basis that the Greater Bunbury region will receive a third store. So the intent, as it reflects SPP 4.2, was to assess what is the test of having a third store here. Subsequent to that, the representatives from Bunnings can have a further discussion on what has transpired over the last, call it, couple of months, which has caused some concern. But from a planning assessment perspective, we believe the proposal stands on its head based on the three. There's enough demand. Three.
Can I just say that is really important to clarify, because so many of the deputations we've heard today and a lot of the media reporting around this is really focused on the fact that the Bunnings in Bunbury will close. And we're understanding this from a planning perspective, but that is the commentary that is happening around this. And I think it is important to understand the intention.
Sure. Yep, Jason Eden from Bunnings, and happy to answer that question. So the planning application, right, that was lodged on the basis of no change to the existing, or was silent on what happened with the existing store. And that's how it was all modelled, right? The reality is the existing store, right, it's circa 25 years old. It is old. I'll call it a first generation Bunnings. It's small. It's not fit for purpose. It's doesn't offer, our best customer offer, 10,000 as opposed to this new one of about 18,000, right? It's a commercial consideration. We're a tenant there with limited tenure, right? So there's those other commercial aspects to consider as well. I'm not sure how else I can answer that.
Sure. If I could follow up, please, Chair. Thank you. So, so no decisions have been made, essentially? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, look, if this was approved, right, and construction costs allowed to be open straight away, it would make sense to relocate there, right? But if there were delays or what have you, that things happen, right? We're all experienced and know how delays happen. It's business.
Understood. Thank you. And an additional question: what additional products and services would potentially be available at this store that aren't already located in the city store or in the region, that would be enabled by the size of this store?
Well, look, our offer continually changes and expands, right? If I was to compare the existing store, it's about 10,000 square metres and it's chock-a-block with about 4,000 external open yard area. This proposal has about 18,000 square metres all undercovered. So the biggest change will be bringing what's outside inside and not necessarily bringing additional products, but more products into the store.
Thank you. Member Franklin.
Mr. Chair. In regard to the actual development pathway and seeking approvals, was there any discussion at any time to actually go through a structure plan amendment process in order to perhaps address some of the matters that have come up in the discussions today?
So I'm happy to answer this question. The challenge that we faced specifically with the structure plan amendment process was in relation to access. The State Referral Coordination Unit is a unique unit that provides a holistic assessment on this application. If access, specifically through a standard structure plan process, access by who can provide advice specifically in relation to access and which department and where they're located, that was challenging because Main Road Southwest is still opposed to the access locations. Main Roads Metro, the director, has fully supported the access arrangements. So we find ourselves in a very difficult situation where on the basis of merit, we wouldn't get past go simply because the access was not resolved. And that's why we've had to opt in to the State Referral Coordination Unit and the SDAU in order for that key aspect of the proposal to be dealt with early. It's unfortunate. The pre-lodgement meeting, this came up in discussion. Yeah, it's unfortunate that this is the situation we find ourselves in and why we have to go through this pathway to provide this unique offering.
Thank you. Madeline. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, are you able to speak to, I mean, on your site plan, what's referred to as verge landscaping? Well, it's not a verge, but I understand to be a future development site. Are you able to speak to what the intentions are around that? Because I'm assuming that given the DA, should the approval go through, that it would be additional service commercial type development. Is that a reasonable assumption?
Yes. Through you, Chair, I'm happy to answer that question. So at this stage of the development, the design, the layout, the land use, whether it's a service station or whether it's a fast food pad site, it's not an exceptionally large site. It's right on the front. There's interface constraints that are associated with it. Notwithstanding, we'd expect it to be similarly to reflect a Bunnings service commercial zone as was assessed within the overall DA. The reason for the frontage being included as part of this application has a number of reasons. One, this entire site as a precinct needs to be dealt with through a water management plan specific to the stormwater management. It hasn't been broadly discussed, but the original local water management strategy for Daliella requires this precinct in itself to contain stormwater on site to a lot higher standard than the rest of the residential. We would have loved to have a greater discharge into the local water, local drainage system, but it doesn't. So it needs to be considered. I think condition 19 deals with this specific to bulk earthworks engineering stormwater. And that as an entire precinct site will get managed in a single bulk earthworks program, as well as servicing. Servicing will it all gets done as a single development site. I hope that answers. We don't have specific uses in mind. There's no concept plans. There's no DA hasn't been lodged. The focus has purely been on the Bunnings development, access, those two key aspects, as well as due regard to the structure plan planning framework, because without Bunnings, the front doesn't work, right? So that all works.
And through the chair, I'm sure we'll be asking more questions about the water side of things. However, it really is on that basis because I'm part of the assumption here is in terms of the permeability of the area involved. So I think that we need to be cognizant of that. It is also about I think as the Shire indicated, that notion of presentation, given that, obviously this is going to be a highly visible location. So I just wanted to be clear that yes, that this is a future development site and that is the intent. Could I also then ask, in relation to the discussions that were made around the existing designated area which I understand is being fragmented, there were part of the submissions made was that there was obviously a discussion around a location in there initially. Whether you can verify whether that was, not taken up or not. The second part, I suppose, of that is that although accepting that this is your new generation store and that this is the preferred format, there are various formats that Bunnings do undertake in various locations depending on context, and just wanting to confirm that.
Yeah, so I can, to the first point about the Dahlia District Centre, driving through there yesterday, I can confirm that yes, it is fully developed. The only vacant block that's available is about 3,000 square metres. As you can see, we need 3.9 hectares. So there is no physical land left in the district centre. I also like to make the point that the last subdivision to the south in the Dahlia District Centre was approved in June. So the 125 lots all the way through to the south, completing the Dahlia East structure plan is finished, and all the lots to the north have now finished. So that pattern of development is now very well locked in. There's no other alternative location to put a Bunnings that, we all know the objectives of service commercial zoning intent, and the intent is good access and the strategic thinking. The second consideration around multiple models, call it small, medium, large. Yes, that has been considered. This site specifically, given its regional access and the costs associated with constructing the regional access, i.e. the roundabout and the layout, necessitated the development of this scale to warrant the cost. And the other thing I'd highlight is this site is pretty low and it is pretty wet. The bulk earthworks and the retaining the bulk earthworks and the civil costs associated with this project are immense. It's why there hasn't been any residential development here. And that's why a commercial development of this nature will allow actual some activity on this.
Thank you. Through the chair, one final question. In terms of deliberation against SPP 4.2, obviously the appropriate framework, you would accept that it does refer specifically to bulky goods and or large format retail, and that the preference is that they be located either within or adjoining a centre or in a industrial or service commercial type location. Were there other locations which were closer to those criteria which were considered as part of this process?
Through you, Chair, happy to answer that question. I think it's a pertinent question. Absolutely. So Dahlia, when we were considering this proposal somewhat 5 years ago, the site location discussion came up, and what is the most appropriate location? The reality was that the construction of the Wilman-Wodandi Highway did change this specific corner. And in our professional opinion, this corner specifically with 12 Mile Brook that essentially severed it off as its own precinct, in our professional opinion, it presented as a service commercial site, not zoned urban development. I acknowledge that, but from an objectives perspective, if we were to relook at the structure plan again, we would say this, given the access that's been recommended and supported, this is a service commercial site by definition in the objectives. So in that instance, we fully agree. The point around retail capability within Dahlia, it's been long held for a long time that there was going to be trade supplies and bulky goods associated with Dahlia. Unfortunately, over the period of time, it's from 2012, there's GFC in 08 and a few other key economic factors, notwithstanding the lease tenure that Bunnings has within Bunbury, has ultimately prevented the opportunity for that particular site that was planned to be developed. So, and that's where we find ourselves now.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, through the chair. In relation to those water constraints that you talked about, it seems to identify in the stormwater information that's provided so far that the intent would be to look at underground storage. I guess my question is around, do you have a feasible alternative should that prove to be impossible? Given that there's very shallow groundwater, there's a need to obviously elevate parts of the site in relation to flood, but potentially not all of the site, and there'd be an earthwork saving in leaving some of the land a little bit lower lying, which may result in not being able to use underground storage. So I'm just concerned to understand if you have a feasible alternative. Is there a way that you're satisfied that you can develop the site successfully without that becoming a significant feasibility?
Yeah. And through you, Chair, thank you for the question. The short answer is yes. So as members will see, there's been a lot of work that's been done in regards to flooding levels and the bulk earthworks and the finished floor levels that have been modelled for this site, specifically in relation to the 1 in 100 flooding level and the retaining wall around. So that's base case. That gives us a profile of clean sand ranging between 1.25 and 1.5 metres to the base of the car park. Detailed design, preliminary design and understanding the scale to which the storage on site has been completed has been done. We understand that it will basically be contained within a 4,000 square metre area, which on the size of the car park proposed is about half the size of the car park. So the expectation is that we have sufficient capacity. It just comes down to a detailed design about how much of the car park under the car park is going to be used for that flood storage capacity. That comes down to detailed design, how it will be worked out, and you know better than I, being a specialist in the water space, but essentially we'll be using a geo box that holds stormwater as opposed to a typical concrete stormwater soak well. So it'll basically be just a box that's modular, and you just increase the cells based on the volume of capacity under the car park. So all that being said, yes, stormwater has been looked at in detail, because when we started in the due diligence process, that was a key concern for us, that we didn't get to an approval, deliver.
Members, we are in about 2.5 hours of deputations, so please do, if I could ask you to keep your answers very succinct from here, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick questions. You mentioned that in your view, this is suited to commercial development, like you say. But the counter to that, we've had deputations from all the local builders, house builders, to sort of counter that perspective, saying that this land is very much suited to development, and they're obviously in touch with the market. Just like your thoughts on their view compared to your view.
Sure. I'd like to highlight the fact that the view that's been purported around 100 homes doesn't consider the land ownership and what's going on site. And I like to highlight that because when we talk about the church land that had a church approval, the church has no intention of developing housing on their site. So that specifically causes concern because they control the egress out to Lilydale Road. So both landowners are not in agreement for the coordination of servicing. They're not in the agreement for the coordination of delivery. So in the instance where this proposal doesn't get supported, a place of worship will get built on the north, and they'll be left as paddock because the church wanted area around the church for amenity purposes. And I'm not sure what will happen with Riverview's land, but it'll essentially be left, and there may be an ad hoc subdivision proposal put forward, but it certainly will not provide housing in an expedited timeframe, community housing, or a higher value outcome. I'd also like to highlight the fact that the Lifestyle Village to the west is concerned about the delivery and the quality of delivery for any development that would occur on this site if Bunnings didn't occur. The reason being is that the 5 Mile Brook is their landscaped interface for the over 55s lifestyle village. And for them, having the bulk of Bunnings here protects the lifestyle village. And that's why they've been fully supportive.
Thank you. That was good.
Right. The very first deputation we had was from the Mayor Bunbury, who was very passionate, and he talked about that there are other sites, and he would work with Bunnings to actually find another site. And notwithstanding what you do say that the area is always anticipated for 3 of these facilities, I think it's clear that the intention is to relocate. I guess has there been discussions with the city of Bunbury as per there to look at alternative sites in that area?
Yeah, happy to answer that through the chair. Yes, we did recently meet with the mayor, and he conveyed similar deputation about 10, 20 and 50-year planning. And we said we'd be happy to facilitate those discussions as well. We often do that around the country, forward planning. But there's nothing which is imminent to go to now. That's the problem.
Thank you. Let's be done.
Thank you. Anything further, members? Thank you very much. Thank you for your deputation. Appreciate the and you were our final verbal deputation for today. We have received written deputation. They've one in relation to item 3.0, the MRS amendment in Mardella, one in relation to item 3.4, the gas processing plant, Balasama, and 3 in relation to the item that we've just been discussing, 2 from local residents and 1 from Eddie, who owns a tire Scouts Auto Parts. 3 against the recommendation. We will now move to consideration items, but before we do that, we have had a long session. Members, would you like to take a break before we consider items? Yes, 5 minutes. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're ready to resume the meeting. We're now dealing with non-confidential items for decision. And before we start, I just want to note that item 3.3, the two-lot subdivision in Forestfield, has been withdrawn on the basis that the applicant understood that they were to be provided with more time to provide additional information. So that item has been withdrawn from the agenda. We will start with item 3.1, which is the MRS amendment for Lamberton Drive in Mardella. And on this item, we're joined by Van Fan and Oscar Thompson. Welcome to the meeting. Do you wish to provide any comment, or would you like to just be available for questions?
Comment. Thank you, Chair. The Shire proposes to initiate an MRS amendment for advertising that as for 5 hectares of land from regional space to the rural zone. The site is currently known as Web Reserve and used for equestrian purposes. It should be noted that there is no concurrent local planning scheme amendment process happening to align with the MRS. So the Shire does have 90 days to initiate their own local. This proposal should be.
Thank you for that. Look, one thing that hasn't sort of perhaps come across strongly in the report is why. That, you know, currently we've got regional open space being used for equestrian. They want it to go to rural and own the land in freehold, but they want it to continue to be used for equestrian purposes. Can you just elaborate? I mean, the DFS proposal fallen away. Is this necessary to enable the land to be used in the manner he wishes it to be used?
So the land was formerly Crown land, and the site's recognised as regional open space in the frameworks. And you're right, there was actually accommodate some training facilities with DFS on this site, and in the course of that process, it was transferred into freehold and released from the Crown. That opportunity has obviously fallen away, and DFS is looking at alternative opportunities. The Shire of SJ has been working with their council to form up a business case for this land, given it's now held in freehold. As part of other planning processes in the area, additional regional open space has been established to offset the loss of this, although it doesn't really perform and has never really formed a regional open space function in terms of regional conservation. So the Shire is looking at converting it to the rural zoning under the region scheme, and then there cannot be a concurrent amendment process. There will be a local scheme amendment initiated that responds to a business case that's adopted by the council, and you may have seen in the Shire's written declaration that they're really looking at a kind of a rural residential development that reflects the surrounding rural res, but with a specific focus on the kind of equine activities. So I don't think it's not intended to be a very subdivision like that. And council obviously has a whole range of options to look at under the rules. That's the kind of they're heading in.
Okay. Any environmental values that we need to consider in this process moving forward?
There's some environmental assets kind of in the area, which is bush forever. Will remain bush forever and will be designated environmental area. So triggers the need for clearing permit. Although that will be associated with them at the zone. Lot 500. It's already in kind of road reserve land. It might play for future road development. There's a little bit of vegetation that's largely cleared. There's a little bit of water management issues to resolve. We could present this to the services branch of DWER. Their principal concern was that our future subdivision just needs to be not, I guess, having a drainage strategy which diverts surface water towards that bush over area. Their main issue, and we decided that that be sorted out at that stage.
Very much, Oscar. Members have questions? Thank you very much. Then, if we can move then to consider the officer's recommendation. Is there a mover and seconder for the recommendation before us? Moved by Commissioner Heron, seconded by Member Franklin. Any discussion?
Thank you through the chair. Only just to say that it is understood that there's obviously a process that has been followed and this to be an element of catch up. Obviously, the detail will be associated with the local planning scheme amendment and subsequent proposals, which we can manage that, but I'm comfortable with the proposal as it stands.
Okay, Member Franklin to step in.
No, only 2%.
Thank you.
I believe it's ready to go into the forum to be considered.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Any dissent? Thank you. It's carried. We will move to item 3. Thank you very much, Oscar and Van. Item 3.2 is the City of Fremantle Matilda Bay Local Structure Plan Amendment 1, and Dale Sanderson and Jamie Townsend are joining us on this item. Dale and Jamie, we had a deputy in support today. Just welcome any comments that you might wish to make.
We don't have anything for this item. Thank you
very much. Members, any questions on this item? Okay, can I then request someone for the officer recommendation to move and second? Thank you very much, Member Morrison, and Commissioner Lakey is seconding. Any discussion, Member Morrison?
Very briefly, happy to support recommendation. I agree with the officer. Controls appear to be quite
very much. Commissioner Lakey? Yes, I think this will pave the way for some potential development in the area. So I do support the support. Any comments? Any dissent? Thank you. That is carried. As previously mentioned, item 3.3 has been withdrawn. So that takes us to item 3.4, which is the Part 11B development application for gas processing plant and workforce accommodation on Yanuka West Road in Melee. On this item, we are joined by members of DAU, Rachel German and James. Welcome to the meeting. We had quite a lengthy deputation on this item where there was a lot of discussion about conditions. In particular, that went to conditions 8, 11 in particular, and the decommissioning and rehabilitation conditions was a particular focus. Would you like to comment generally, but then address the discussion on the conditions?
Through the chair, just like to address the in its decision to not assess the proposal, considered the supporting documentation, including their quality assessment and associated data, that any potential environmental impacts can be managed to the works approval process. But clarify that. The response to the matters raised by the Shire Community in the invitation today, no changes recommended to condition 8. The Shire effectively reference the requirement bear the cost of the road upgrades, similar to condition 7. The SUAU is of the view these arrangements can be achieved through the road user agreement itself. It was not specifically included in the condition.
Just to be clear, not recommending a change to condition 8.
The workforce combination in condition 5, condition allows personnel associated with the operation of the gas processing plant to be accommodated on site, noting that the applicant has indicated this would accommodate 28 operational personnel, and the requirement for addition of the staff can be accommodated off-site in nearby locations. In regards to the provision of a formal community benefit scheme, there is currently no formal plan requirement to require this. However, as outlined in the report, the proposal will provide various community benefits such as local employment opportunities, etc. And advice note 2 seeks to encourage the applicant to continue these discussions as they progress. In response to the matters raised by the applicant, no changes are recommended to condition 7. Condition 7 aims to provide flexible configuring clearance process. Condition 8 requiring the road user agreement for the operational phase of the current proposal. The current road user agreement only applies to the construction phase, and as indicated by the Shire earlier, the condition currently requires the establishment of the agreement, which will detail maintenance and the timing of upgrades, which should be in place prior to the commencement of operations to ensure road safety. As such, 3 years post commencement operations suggested by the applicant is not supported. SDAU agreed to the deletion of condition 10, subject to condition 8 being maintained, which will include the maintenance requirement in the budget. With regard to condition 11, vision and local plans road reserve. So our interpretation is that due to the road being a stop route, currently under a Crown Reserve, not a gazetted road. As such, legal access is required to be provided to the development and it's recommended the condition be retained. The dedication process has substantially commenced and is anticipated to be completed within 3 to 6 months, and then be achieved within a timeframe specified in the condition, which is within 12 months of the commencement.
Can I just say, while you're reading through this, Rachel, it'd be useful for members to know that Commission Support has sent out a revised recommendation, and this is where the SDAU have recommended to make changes to the conditions. So that can be the starting point to make any further amendment. We can then work off that one.
An email that was sent.
Oh. So this is also useful, the table, which in the table for the benefit of people observing, it basically states the condition number, the applicant's amendment request and the SDAU's response, and the SDAU where they have recommended a change that has been captured in a recommendation which has just been circulated by email. Yes. Sorry, Rachel.
Yeah, just for clarification, the updated one that's been issued today includes response to the deputation today.
Thank you.
In regard to conditions 22, 23, and 24, which relate to the commission rehabilitation, condition 23 is not requesting the rehabilitation strategy to be submitted and approved, as was considered for the Lockyer proposal. It is seeking certification to be submitted, provide certainty that the land can be rehabilitated to its redevelopment condition, which has a planning purpose. While we acknowledge the DMP processes will be conducted concurrently, it is not unusual for regulatory processes to overlap due to the nature and purpose of the legislation. From a planning and land use perspective, there is a nexus for these conditions to ensure that the land is returned to agricultural purposes, noting that condition 2 includes the construction phases of the development. Having reviewed the changes proposed to the conditions by the applicant earlier during the deputation, the SDAU agrees to the majority of the changes, except for retaining the reference in the condition 2B to ensure the purpose of the condition is achieved, and removal of the word indicative from condition 23, as the wording provides no certainty, which is being sought in the condition. Any questions you want to comment?
Thank you. Has everyone received the email?
Still down.
Yes.
Right. Members are all open to you for questions now. Go ahead, Commissioner Herron.
Thank you for that outline, and just obviously currently reading through the modifications. Did you say that in relation to, because I mean it was 22 to 24, that's the primary obviously focus, that the amendments that were presented to us by the proponent have been considered and incorporated as part of your amendments? Is that, well, trying to do the cross-referencing?
As was mentioned, the last point was that under condition 22B, pertaining to the satisfaction of the OPC, and under condition 23, the word be removed. I didn't want that included.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Sorry, through the chair, can I also then ask, in terms of the my understanding of your response in relation to the Shire's request is that it is, and the proponents have obviously said that they had no issue, that they were fully anticipating that that would be a cost, that the current agreement being prepared, or that will be prepared, will ascertain that therefore it doesn't need to be duplicated within this condition. And is that the differentiation between how it's termed against the main roads condition versus this condition?
So I'd say that's our interpretation. In there.
Thank you.
Members, anything further? Yes, go ahead.
Clarify, just looking at that document, it appears that the officers have also incorporated the proposed changes to advice note N. Is that correct?
End.
Yeah.
So being updated?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Anything further? Give the item, Member Franklin some more time.
I haven't got
Lakey
track changes. I'm just
hasn't
trying
got the track changes, so he couldn't fully appreciate.
Everyone else has.
I haven't. Well,
Okay, I just want. And Franklin's fine.
Want me to bring my laptop over there?
No, it's okay.
Yes, Sam, can you bring it up on the screen? That would be the best solution. Let's get it up on the screen.
Yeah, okay.
And we can have a look and be clear. For those
That's-
serving clarity for the applicant, and we can work through it.
That's quite related to that as well. So part of the reason for dropping those, or proponent wishing to drop them, was the concern about parallel approval processes. Could you just, I understand what you said about there is a relevant nexus in the planning. You know, could you just explain how that will work in practical terms?
We believe there's a requirement in the planning space because we're dealing with the rehabilitation as part of the approval process and conditioning incorporates that. How it works into our processes, we haven't actually gone through the process and SDAU through our process, but we believe they'll work together, but this specifically relates to the planning purpose. Right.
Nothing further from me. We know the DMPE have their own process, but we're not entirely just that detail. It's something that sits outside of the planning framework. We usually have DMPE.
Ask a question to that, through the chair. So in regards to the Shire and the Commission's involvement in that separate process, it is entirely defaced between those processes.
Okay, so what we might do then, just still happy to take questions, but just for now, we work through the changes just so that everyone's clear. This is an amended recommendation from the SDAU to the SPC. The amended recommendation has deleted condition 10. It's removed from condition 15 the wording on the advice from the Department of Fire and Emergency Services. Under condition 22, decommission and rehabilitation, it adds the word permanently cease and removes the wording and all infrastructure must be decommissioned and removed from the site. It then in B adds the wording permanently ceasing operations. Certification shall be submitted to the satisfaction of the WAPC and all infrastructure has been decommissioned and removed from the site. Under condition 23, it changes the word from remediated to rehabilitated and changes the wording to rehabilitation strategy in place of the word plan. And under I, places the word potential with state. And finally, under advice note N, changes wording from remediation to rehabilitation and it references the Department of Mines Petroleum Action. Members, what I would suggest to you is that this could be moved and seconded as the amended recommendation, and if there is any further amendments, they could then be moved and debated as necessary. Is there any questions before we move to consideration of the item? Thank you. But then have a seconder for the amended recommendation. Thank you. Moved by Member Morrison and seconded by Commissioner Lakey. Would you like to make any comment?
Yes, please, Chair. The proposal was a major piece of economic infrastructure. It clearly meets the threshold for being of state significance. The value of the project alone is significant, but its impact across the state is even greater. It's clear that the proponents engaged very effectively for relevant stakeholders and should be commended for doing so. Also, outside its site boundary. Those reasons, and for those that set out in much
detail in the report. I'm very comfortable with the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Lake, you wish to add?
Sure, just to add to that, I think it's a very good report and a lot of detail, a lot of work's obviously gone into this whole process, and it is a large, significant project. It's relating to see the Shire is very supported, and I commend you brought this to us with a unified front. So yes, we support this proposal is with the recommended changes.
Okay. Anything further, members? Thank you, Commissioner Heron.
Through the chair, I'm supportive of the proposed changes through the amended recommendation. However, I would also like to propose removal of condition 4, given that I feel that the decommissioning, I mean, I think it's a given that the workforce accommodation removal would form part of that, and I didn't feel it necessarily brought value, but I'm happy to take feedback from others, and it obviously aligns with the request made by the proponent.
There is a second of the amendment. Seconded by Member Harmon. Make further comment.
Certainly, the items that have been raised, I feel that the advice that we've received and the modifications to those conditions, etc., were able to address all of those concerns. I did feel, however, that as I sort of say, given the other processes in place and given the decommissioning and the nature of the workforce accommodation only being linked to operational workers, if it is being decommissioned, I think I didn't think it brought any value. So that was really the position that I took.
Very much. Member Harmon, any comment?
No.
Because my perspective, condition 5 covers it, so I'm happy to support your amendment. Commissioner Heron, any further discussion? Any dissent to the amendment is carried from condition 24.
Through the chair, and only other to add, I think obviously there is a great deal of complexity associated with the proposal, but I do think it's been worked through by the team comprehensively. I think balance has been achieved, and it's happy to support.
Anything further, members? It is fantastic to have some significant development in the meeting today, and I think that this has really also been great to see that the Shire of Minganoo has strongly supported this, and it was wonderful to see the President come up and attend the meeting today and speak to the key matters that they felt was important to the community, and I do believe they've all been addressed. With road upgrades, the construction impacts and bushfire risks, and that important matter that often is raised with us when it comes to local governments wanting their towns to thrive, and workforce accommodation being operational personnel only, which is clearly a condition under condition 5. So look, I also think it was really important and interesting to hear from the applicant today about what this development approval would mean to the Lockyer development approval, and I appreciate the transparency in responding to that question. So yes, a very important infrastructure for the state, and happy to support the application. Members, are there any further comments? Is there any dissent? Thank you. The item is carried. It won't be 2.5. Item 3.5, the 11B development application for the single tenancy commercial development at lots 9,049 and 9,501 Fossil Highway in Bellulot. For determination on this item, we're joined by the SDAU officers Carla Turner, Linda Hannah and James Gilchrist. Well, Linda and James, we've had some extensive deputations on this item today. Many of the issues that have been raised with us have been considered in your report. I did want to give you the opportunity to respond to deputations and to outline any key matters that you see.
Just a few comments in regards to some of the commentary in deputations. In terms of the proposal coming through the pathway, I outlined that the application is capable of being determined under the applicable planning framework, and there is no additional discretion that is being sought as a result of this application for you. I do bring your attention to attachment 8, which is the consideration strategic context, and that context has been presentation of the report today. There's been a fair amount of discussion in relation to the daily up structure plan, and the daily up structure plan has been considered in assessment of the proposal and the recommendation before you. The original lot, as we'd heard, that was earmarked, has changed in terms of its configuration and size availability. And as part of the assessment, a review of established funding sites was undertaken, and that's been shared with committee members. That's identified that most lots are of a area circa 3 hectares, and in terms of building area, taking into account the actual building, garden centre and any trade area that as contemplated by this proposal is under the main roof of the building, does vary between sort of 14,000 and 17,000 for comparable sites. In terms of the net benefit test, as part of the assessment under SPP 4.2 has been subject to a fair amount of interrogation, both in terms of documentation provided by the applicant's documentation and a separate peer review with the submission process. Fundamentally, it concluded that it wouldn't undermine the traditional retail hierarchy. Some questions about some of the deep components that might have led to that. In terms of POS and landscaping, the proposed development does depart from the structure plan to the extent that landscaping and POS isn't contemplated in the form as presented in the structure plan, given the different nature and use of the proposal. We've considered that in the context of general greening and landscaping more broadly across the site, and have concluded in our assessment that approximately more than 10% of the site is attributed towards landscaping and greening, and does secure the final part of the drain allocation that was contemplated in the structure plan itself. There was some commentary with regards to consultation and the consultation that was undertaken as part of the process. All the consultation for this proposal has been undertaken in accordance with the established process for Part 11B. Reference to submissions made in earlier presentation has been provided to Commission support for verification. Aside from those matters, I think all the other matters raised have been addressed through a number of the submissions and deputations, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, one thing I'm interested in is what you know about the current status of the Western Power site.
Through the chair, the Western Power site, as I understand it, is surplus to requirements. That, as the Shire has pointed out, there is a development for that land for worship, and that should it proceed, should this proposal not proceed, that there is a valid and current approval for that land, which will have an impact on remaining land should it be contemplated for residential development. We have heard that the water management for this particular pocket, which is the last remaining as undeveloped land, largely within the structure plan area, does have some constraints that it to manage as part of any redevelopment.
So that's been approved,
as I understand it to be, yes.
And can you just outline the impact that has if this was to go residential? So discussion about access, etc. outline these matters are.
Through the chair, the access arrangements, as I understand them to be, will require a consolidated access point with a number of agreements in place in order to facilitate development of both the Western Power land and the broader land holding. The current development proposal does contemplate reciprocal rights of easement and access across that to facilitate the points of access that are supported by main roads onto Lilydale, and that may result in it not being capable of being developed if those arrangements aren't secured in future for those other lots.
Thank you. Members? Commissioner Heron?
Thank you. Through the chair. In terms of the issue of access, because there was reference in the proponent's presentation about a difference of view between main roads WA Perth versus main roads WA Southwest. If a determination is made here, do we have complete confidence that the access arrangement as is proposed in the going to be supported?
Through the chair, as I understand, yes, the feedback and referrals through facilitated through the State Referral Coordination Unit has confirmed that the access arrangement is acceptable. There were earlier discussions prior to the application being formally lodged in addition to
the main roads referral included down to the southwest, and then a discussion internally with that team. That's relevant channel.
I'd also like to further point out 11C of the planning and development provide for conflict resolution provisions. So if the commission grant approval with a certain access arrangement needing to be facilitated, the 11C conflict resolution provisions could be invoked where an alternative decision could prevent the implementation of that approval able to be progressed. And that does specifically relate to access, both under the main roads legislative framework and under the planning.
Thank you.
Members, Senator Franklin, go ahead.
Was some discussion about the currency of the district structure plan. That's been it's operating up until 2030. Is that correct? In that vicinity?
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
Yeah. And there's obviously the need to reconcile some developer contributions and so forth. That's part of that. There was a certain inference that with this change of planning regime on this land, that would have implications on the administration of those developer contributions. That being discussed Capel as part of the assessment of
through the chair, we're aware of the developer contribution provisions. It is a special control area under the scheme. It would be expected any contribution triggered as a result of any development plan would still, the obligation would still exist. We understand that would be most appropriately captured at this point, the subdivision process that is underway.
Thank you. And through the chair, the other issue that was raised in relation to the structure plan was in terms of open space allocation. That used to be precinct below the required 10% or the anticipated 10%. Obviously, there are then changes in terms of developable area and various. Has there been any calculation done, and is there any concern in relation to the open space provision within the structure plan area?
Through the chair, the assessment has been undertaken not in, it's more of a greening comparison. So in terms of the proportion and areas of landscaping that have been proposed as part of this application, as a comparative exercise, the percentage of open space that will be delivered through greening of this development site exceed the 10%, albeit not in a POS form, so it won't be seeded. But the intention is that there is still that.
Through the chair, and just to follow up on that, can I confirm that the verge landscaping is incorporated in that calculation?
Through the chair, it does include the external landscaping, not just the on-site landscape.
Through the chair, the area that they have cited as verge landscape, which we now understand to be a future development site, has not been incorporated in that calculation.
Through the chair, well, the verge landscaping, there's 3 lots that abut development site. It's lot 501, 503, 504 that are now dedicated as road reserve, and that's part of the verge area, which will also be landscaped. So that's part of that calculation.
Thank you very much. That clarifies.
I'm just going to go back to the place of worship, which was an interesting point that's come up today, and without making any assumptions about, you know, denomination here, with congregation, we know that that does, you know, high traffic at certain peak time. For example, if it's a Sunday morning where you can say that this, you know, land uses would attract traffic. Has that been contemplated or discussed with the applicant at all?
Through the chair, the traffic impact assessment has considered that.
Sorry, I just on that point, that the place of worship would occur if this location is accepted. That's correct.
Oh.
So they're written to, so it's actually exclusive, but so if this doesn't prove that.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we're not going to see a scenario where both the place of worship and the Bunnings would be.
Thank you. The chair, just a question on activity centres. You note in your report that SPP 4.2 is broadly consistent. And I have read the report, but if you could outline what the discretion is and also how that impacts the Bunbury Activity Centre as well. This one is created and funding.
Through the chair, in terms of the SPP assessment, the primary departure is the fact that post development is out of centre, and so out of centre in terms of the designated centre in the Dalyellup structure plan. That has considered a number of factors. One is that its proximity to the centre, its location relative to other constraints in and around that particular locality. And in terms of the impact on the hierarchy, particularly to Bunbury Centre, we have understood through the supporting information of the net benefit test as to whether or not the net benefit test as it's sort of been presented contemplates a facility being retained in Bunbury and a facility not being retained. And in both circumstances doesn't undermine the overall structural status of the hierarchy as contemplated.
So coming back to that net benefit test, so obviously the proponent provided a report and your analysis of retail assessment and is you're bearing in mind the other commentary from the other deputations was contrary to that. I'm just trying to, we've got experts ends of the.
So I suppose the technical details of each of the slightly come from a slightly different perspective, but the underlying principle in that instance, from our perspective, which is what we would need to establish and has informed our assessment, has been that as a baseline, it doesn't undermine the retail hierarchy, which is what SPP contemplates, well, requires us to contemplate in the context of a departure from or contemplation of a out of centre development.
Okay, any further questions, members? All good.
Thank you. Through the chair, just in relation to, and again, thank you for the additional information as well, particularly around comparative analysis, the in terms of Bunnings stores and all large format was in proximity to district centres, etc. Having reviewed that, it was apparent that obviously where they're not, within a centre or centre, they do tend to be located within a service commercial industrial setting. Is the site context here in terms of being residential, does that I know, what was the extent of consideration given to that? Because it's obviously it's near centre but not in centre. It is the interface is to a much more of a residential setting. I suppose I'm trying to, because again, in my mind, had it been within a more commercial setting, it would be more obvious. Was that given consideration during your assessment? And as part of that, if you could talk to, particularly mindful about the wall, that is the interface between the development and to the west.
Through the chair, the location, those factors were considered. Obviously, SPP 4.2 does speak to bulky goods potentially being located in allied or frame areas. For the context of Dalyup, that doesn't exist. In terms of this site in particular, the fact that the drain, the site itself is relatively isolated. It's close to some noise, some residential uses, doesn't immediately abut it to the extent that it's sort of in the middle of that residential precinct per se. The drain, the road, I suppose, layout and the changes that have occurred as a result of the broader regional connection points sort of does lend itself in a way to facilitating development that isn't strictly residential and enables any potential impacts to be managed and mitigated. And the noise wall is one measure in which contributes towards mitigating some of those impacts. The report does consider the appropriateness of that wall from a visual perspective. Long term, there will be landscape that will assist in mitigating the visual appearance of that wall. However, there has been a condition that some materials to be further explored to assist in further mitigating that potential.
Thank you. And through the chair, just from a process perspective, based on a determination on its development, the future development on that corner, would that need to go through SDAU, or would that purely be a DAP or local government application, which would then be dealt with in terms of what would be the ability to understand the parameters of that future development?
Through the chair, the future development of the remainder of the plan will be through the local government. It is a departure from the structure plan, which is approved due without instrument. So it would be available to the DAP or the local government to consider development of the remainder of the land. They would be required to come through SDAU.
Thank you.
Franklin?
Of just the drainage regime for the site has been raised, and it seems as though there is a considerable amount of plant management in that thing. What are the implications for the joining owners, and how is that coordinated at this point, considering we're now suspending the local structure plan in some respects and it's now proposal driven? What implications does it have for the coordination with adjoining land ownership with that change of regime?
Through the chair, detailed, if the application was to be approved, we would require some detailed stormwater management plans to be the final bit drawings. That will speak to the interface and integration with the broader network. But as has been pointed out earlier in the deputations, the structure plan does contemplate water management on this site differently to the remainder of structure plan precinct. So to some extent, it may not necessarily have significant effects to that broader structure plan area.
So is the district management, drainage management contemporary enough to deal with the change contemplated on land?
Through the chair, the stormwater management for this land in particular, for the remainder of this little pocket, is to be retained on site rather than into the broader local drainage network. And as a result, it would be within the engineering solutions that would be developed for this as to whether or not that how that would be managed, and there would be the expectation that it would be managed to the extent that it wouldn't have an impact on other land. Thank you.
Chair, Mona indicated that the strategic plan here had always anticipated a bulky trade service supplies like a Bunnings, and that the reason this land has been found is because of fragmented nature of the. Is that correct in terms of that there's always been a provision in the Dahlia area that there would be like this?
Through the chair, yes, there were the structure plan, the 2012 structure plan has contemplated a hardware / bulky goods outlet within the Dahlia Up Centre. An allocation of just over 12,000 square metres had been signed for that back in 2012, noting that as we've heard today, that there's been sort of an evolution of retail supply needs in that hardware bulky goods space. That land has subsequently been subdivided off into 3 parcels, with the remaining vacant lot being 3,500 square metres.
I just clarify. As part of that process, was Bunnings as a proponent actively engaged in securing that site? It would be part of at that time. Have they had a history of interaction in regards to the district centre to take up it?
Through the chair, I wouldn't be able to confirm that. As part of the original structure plan, though, it would have gone through an extensive engagement exercise, including commercial modelling, which would have been reflective of commercial modelling and requirements triggers relevant to 2012. The extent to which I'd be able to provide a response.
Thank you. Members, are there any further questions? Thank you very much. Look, we have an officer recommendation, and we also have had a alternative motion prepared. We can start with the officer recommendation and see whether there's support for that, and if that fails, we could go to the alternative. If members are happy to proceed in that way.
Right.
Thank you. Well, then what I will do is I will ask if there is a mover and seconder for the officer recommendation before us. Moved by Member Morrison, seconded by Commissioner Lakey. Member Morrison, do you wish to speak to the
Chair.
recommendation?
And thank you to the officers and all the deputies. There's been quite a lot of discussion today. My conclusion is that this sort of development is a typical standard in district centres. Plenty of examples in Perth and Peel and Greater Bunbury itself, where this sort of development is within adjacent to districts in Treen Vale. Various reasons, this type of use hasn't been accommodated so far earlier and isn't able to. So I view it context of this is accommodating a perfectly contemplated use that otherwise
normal in a district centre, just happens to be slightly further away, essentially. And I note comments about these sorts of uses typically being in the frame areas of activity centres, and this particular centre doesn't really have a frame, so yes, it's 1 kilometre away, but it's not entirely distinct in its area. I'd also note that the region has various other existing and centres, including a future secondary centre at Wanju, I believe. So the competition and evolution of the centres and the growth, the fulfilment of those full functionality of those centres will occur over time. And that's a healthy kind of growth evolution, and competition, healthy tension between centres is a normal and expected part of good planning. I'd also note that the connection via Lilydale Road to the bypass, in my view, has fundamentally altered the dynamics of the site, and as various people have forward today, has, in my view, made it a very well suited site for a service commercial type. Finally, whilst I appreciate the interconnectedness between this development and what might happen elsewhere, including other stores, it's difficult to kind of solidly connect the matters. My view is that we're here approving a potential development outcome and a land use outcome. What may happen on other sites is effectively a separate commercial, and that's.
Yeah, thank you. Been very challenging to come to the position I have, and because of passion and the complexity of it, we've got a very interesting scenario. We've got 2 local authorities who have different views, and it would have been better if that had come together to actually have a more strategic view. But in the end, I've listened to everything, and we have a proposal in front of us for us to consider. And of course, Member Morrison's view is that we need to look at it as its own development. I think we cannot anticipate what will happen elsewhere and the impact. I read a lot about the net benefit test, and I respect all the different parties looking at it. In the end, I think that a rationale for this to be located in this area, notwithstanding that the planning framework was always identified of this nature of time, albeit on a different location. I'm satisfied that the nexus to the centre is sufficient. It's out of centre development. The question regarding the housing, obviously we are very, very mindful of housing. The reality is that the landowner that owns the land is not a land developer. I don't consider it to be shovel-ready land, and for residential development, there's a long path for that. So the idea that it is ready to be developed in the short term, it's correct. I certainly understand the key issues and the issues that have been raised, but on balance, I'm going to support this as it currently is.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
I lost volume there. So it might just be my hearing, just clarify. Thank you, members. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, so I'm also in support. I think for me, the site is going to be constrained regardless of whether it goes residential or in particular the water related constraints would be no less for residential, and in some ways would be more difficult because the large car park area is able to be used for store, but not be developed in a residential. There'd also be some concerns around access and egress in terms of emergency scenarios in relation to the secondary road connection for the residential area to go the top of the drainage reserve, which potentially would have some issues in relation to planning. So for me, the residential option is highly constrained and by no means certain to occur in like the short term. And then the obvious church further delivery to. So for me, it does seem like a sensible location for this type of development. Front of the road, somewhat separated from the surrounding residential area, making use of the site potentially sit vacant for a long time. So I'm in support.
Aaron, did you wish to comment?
Yes, I would say that this is one that I found incredibly challenging, and I appreciate the situation which the SDAU were in, because it is, when we talk about planning about shades of grey, this is very much sort of sitting in the middle. And I was very much relying upon the deputations today and understanding some of this context to come to a conclusion. Although the sensitivities around the city centre are understood, it is outside the framework to be able to deal with that particular, and arguably the Bunnings in Bunbury isn't actually an in-centre development in itself. The fact that there was always anticipated to be an additional Bunnings, I suppose, and I suppose we need to be less brand specific, but an additional large format hardware store is a consideration. That being said, there is very much then around the localised context. And although I can appreciate the attraction to this particular site, there is the underlying issue in terms of the impact of the amenity on that locality. And although I do not accept the position in terms of the alternative being housing, because there is a whole other range of things that would need to be considered, whether this is the appropriate location for this particular development then has to be the consideration. It is really the issue around not having a full understanding of the site as a whole, based on significant portion of a substantial portion of the site being undefined for future development, is probably the most significant issue for me in terms of the cumulative impact that would have both on the amenity of the locality as well as the interface to the residential. It is that lack of certainty and the challenges associated with that which position me to not be prepared to support that at this point in time.
Member Franklin, do you end?
Much as my other members today, I've very much taken on board the deputations and the additional information that's been provided. I think that's given me more consideration of this proposal, together with the very extensive footage from the department. I do feel that at this point in time, the idea of using a 11B pathway, whilst it has obviously merit, and obviously opponent has felt that it has given them a greater degree of confidence in negotiating a liaison with appropriate agencies. I do in many ways think that because of the complexity of this site and the many considerations that need to be given, both at a strategic and a site-specific level, that a structure planning process would be a much more robust way of dealing with these matters, such as road access, stormwater drain management and drainage, and the overall coordination of the land parcels that are balanced and have yet to be developed. I believe on that basis that I'm not at a stage or confident to proposal in its at this time.
Okay. This is a meeting where it's useful to have uneven numbers, but I feel it falls to me in this situation. And I have really delved into this in a significant way. My notes are endless. I've listened to every deputation in great detail. And I think there have been many valid points raised along the way here. It's certainly been one of the more challenging applications I think that we've had recently. Look, I've considered the Dalyellup East local structure plan, the fact that it's still a valid instrument. It's just been extended till over 2030. That there has been a lot of discussion about what some of the recent contextual changes have meant. We've talked about Woolman-Dundee Highway, the land take that's occurred, the fact that now the roundabout and the access from Lilydale Road, which got aided. I understand the impact that has in terms of this type of development. I think it was also very interesting to hear some of the history of the structure plan. Fact that what we're dealing with here is we've seen the proposed subdivision application, which has been attached to the report information, and it does leave some balanced lots. We've heard about the Western Power, what that means, and without the Bunnings, that information has come through the meeting today. It wasn't something that was in the report, and that's not a criticism. It's just factual that that's sort of been developing in the background. The Shire of Capel in their submission are indicating that this is, this should be service commercial zone, and that effectively they see the development application as doing the thing required to get us there. And it is the case that the Commission often deals with development applications, particularly the significant development pathway where we have contemplated DAs without structure plans, or we've contemplated departures from structure plans. Been demonstrated that matters that would need to be structure planned have been contemplated and appropriately addressed. In this situation, I've heard the concerns about the Bunbury Strategic Centre. We do have a net benefit test in front of us that says that the reduction to Bunbury in terms of turnover is about a 5% impact as things evolve, that would soon fall away, and that the net benefit test is concluding that Bunbury would retain its role, function, viability as that really important city to the southwest. There has been some conjecture about that benefit test. There's been, it's been put to us that there was the retail needs assessment as part of that. I take that on board and understand why those issues have been raised. The out of centre development is interesting in the Dalyellup context, because we've heard that there was a 12,000 square metre site set aside for bulky goods, and for whatever reason that opportunity wasn't taken up. And because that's now fallen away due to fragmentation, it's pointed to us that this should be the alternative in the service plan. I have heard a housing supply argument. We've heard that obviously the landowners involved are favouring service commercial. I think Commissioner Brooks, your commentary in relation to stormwater is very interesting. I have had concerns about the acoustic wall and the treatment in this application, the size of this development and how that does interface with the residential area. But we do have that condition 9 there, which does detail. Now that we do have main roads on board in terms of what they're advised, I do wonder whether a structure plan amendment would actually be valuable in the situation. We're effectively rezoning this land surface. We're not in this area, and that does cause me some concern. And I think that on that basis, I find it difficult to sort of just get over the line to say, yes, this development application does the lifting of the structure plan amendment and does deal with issues that should contemplate. In many cases, I feel that we have got enough of those applications, but in this context, I'm just not quite there and haven't felt that a lot of the issues that we need to understand around the interface issues, the way in which this the remaining lots will be developed, that we are effectively making a decision to rezone this area beyond this development application site to serve commercial, and that is probably the stretch that I have able to get over the line. So, really line ball, but that's really the issue that I think that there is more consideration in terms of structure planning around the site, and dealing with those that we are changing from urban development housing. And I think it's been pointed out to us that whilst there has been impacts from the Wilman-Dundee Highway, it's always been the case that there would have to be a buffer for noise attenuation and landscaping to allow this to be appropriate for housing, that we do have other housing along the same highway where we have this type of interface. So that still has not been ultimately ruled out for me, and I think it does need further exploration. The applicants did a lot of the work that would inform that, but it does need to be further on that basis. I won't support the application today. And on that basis, the application has not been approved.
Through the chair, in terms of an alternative motion, is it now the appropriate time to put that forward? I get the correct version, sorry, excuse me. Are we able to get that up on the screen? Like the chair, this was very difficult, but there were elements which I felt needed to be considered. And on that basis, I did work with SJU in terms of preparing some wording. And that is that the Statutory Planning Commission note that this application is capable of being determined under the applicable planning instrument, being the Shire of Cape or Local Planning Scheme number 8, and has been considered and determined accordingly. And that under 17(1)(p)(1) of the Planning and Development Act, to refuse the development application reference SD 061-25 and accompanying plans for a commercial development at lots 6049 and 60951. Probably more substantively, the grounds being that the proposal would establish an out-of-centre bulky goods large format retail development that is separate from the Dalyellup district centre and not within a recognised service commercial industrial precinct, and as such facilitates a new standalone retail destination which could cumulatively result in undesirable land use outcomes and adversely affect the orderly and proper planning of the locality. Second, that the scale and nature of the development, together with its substantial area of undeveloped land remaining on the site, would facilitate additional service commercial and retail uses, as well as a range of potential associated activities that have not been contemplated by the planning framework and are not contextually appropriate, impacting on the intended character and amenity of the surrounding locality. And finally, that the proposal for bulky goods format retail is inconsistent with the vision, objectives and land use framework of the approved Dalyellup East Structure Plan, which identifies the land for residential development and associated supporting uses. Insufficient justification has been provided to support the departure, which represents the highest and best use of the subject land. Got to wait for a seconder first.
Seconder for the alternate motion. Thank you. Yes, Franklin.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to reiterate that I do need to highlight, based on some of the submissions being made, that the notion of the Bunbury site in itself is not a basis for refusal, and that there are broader conversations that clearly need to be had around how that centre is ultimately developed. The issue is also not around premise that this has to be residential land, but it's about the process which is undertaken to make that determination and to provide a framework and level of certainty at the entirety of that particular proximity. It is on that basis I put forward this alternative.
Franklin, comment?
Not in such, I suppose, in regard to point 3, to the looking at the highest and best use of the land, and also using the framework of structure plan in order to fully assess potential of that land and the coordination of the whole parcel of land is the balance of the land of the structure plan.
Okay. Members, any further commentary? Sorry, we're not allowed to have photos under our meeting procedures. So if you could please delete the photo and not publish the photo that shared.
Can the
Picture as well?
Let's do the same thing.
Yes, please. Sorry, we do have regulations that govern our meeting procedures, so it's not simply a policy, it is actually regulations under the Planning and Development Act for the conduct of WPC meetings. So it is actually significant that that is complied with. Thank you very much. Yes, look, I feel that I've made my comments in relation to the previous officer recommendation, so I don't feel the need to repeat. But is there from any other members? Those.
Briefly, Chair, just to say that I respectfully disagree with the alternate motion for the reasons that I've outlined for the primary motion.
Thank you.
And likewise.
Any comment? You don't need to.
No, look, I think, I mean, for me, it was a difficult balance, and I think and I am comfortable with the idea of a broader consideration of those other issues, because I do see some gaps in that, and so I am willing to support the motion on the grounds that I think it doesn't necessarily mean that this site can't be alternate purpose. It is really just about making sure that the future consideration of this site thinks about all of the things that a local structure plan would require it to think about. For me, I'm willing to that is the way.
Commissioner Brooks, I will put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Very much, Member Morrison and Member Blakey. So that does conclude our non-confidential items for discussion today. And we have one remaining item. I would like to thank everybody who has engaged in items today. Particularly, we've had a lot of deputations in relation to the item that a lot of people have travelled up to the meeting to be here in person. Everybody's attendance today has been very much appreciated as we've worked through the issues today, as in relation to the other items, including a very significant gas processing plant. So thank you all for your attendance today, and second move and seconder that we can into consideration confidential. Being members being